All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Market Prep. I hope you guys are having an amazing morning. Hopefully, you guys had an incredible and amazing day yesterday. And look who's back, my friends. Welcome back, Peter. Man, good to have you. How are you, brother?
I am back and I'm doing good. I had a good long night's sleep after what was 48 hours of wakefulness. I basically
Wow.
was up for 40. Well, I didn't quite make it, to be honest. I made it 47 hours and then I just conked out. I could not handle it anymore. We had a long
Oh,
travel because we finished our last day in in Egypt with a dawn hot air balloon ride. So I was up at dawn for a hot air balloon ride, and then my flight from Cairo was like at 2 a.m. the sort of the next morning. And so, anyways, you know how you end up being up for for 2 days. So, but yeah,
yeah.
I'm feeling good this morning. Feeling good, ready to go. I got to say, Egypt was an absolutely fantastic time. For those of you that get our Bearable Traders newsletter, you would have seen a picture there in the newsletter on the Egypt trip and what that looks like. And I don't know if you've got that there. I put a couple of pictures in there. Well, there was,
Yeah,
yeah.
we got
So
a few of those. And I was following you guys on Instagram, Andrew and Katie. Katie on Instagram posted a really nice videos of the hot air balloons. I know she was out there with you
yeah,
guys. So, yeah, very nice, man. But yeah, tell us,
yeah,
this looks fun.
it was pretty awesome. That's on the left there is Andrew and I in a tomb in one of the tombs. Like I don't know exactly whose tomb that is. I'd have to go back and look at my notes there. But anyways, that was great. And then there's my daughter Andrew, myself, and Ephraim, who is with us. He's been on a couple of trips with us up there in the balloon. So yeah, it was fantastic. It was a great trip all around. So glad I had the chance to do it. There's the whole group that went. From left to right there, we got Ferris, who coordinated everything. We've got Katie, who you just mentioned, and then we've got Sebastian, Nan in the front, Stephen in the back, myself, Ephraim, who I mentioned. We got my daughter Emma. We've got Ephraim's wife Carolina, and then of course you all know Andrew over there on the right. So it was a good group. And who's not pictured there is Nada, who joined us, who is a world famous DJ, and she took a few days off of her touring schedule to join us, a friend of both Andrew and Ferris, and Nada was absolutely fantastic. So it was a good group. We traveled well and had a whole lot of fun, all sorts of adventures, from scuba diving in the Red Sea to obviously climbing through some tombs to seeing light shows to balloon rides to like it was pretty awesome, Carlos. So yeah, so if you ever hear of, well, I'm sure there's going to be a next one. Andrew's always got a next trip in mind. So if you hear about one of these Bearable Trader trips, they're always awesome. So it was busy. Like we weren't left alone too much. It was a lot of stuff going on. But that's the way I like my trips anyway. So, but it was fantastic. We traded in there. So I got some trading. So I was able a little bit, Carlos, to keep an eye on the
Yeah.
markets. And the markets have been interesting, haven't they, over the last week and a
Oh,
half while
oh yeah.
I've been out there?
They,
And not, it seems to me, not always doing exactly what you might expect. It feels like that I don't know. I mean, today they're sort of doing what you would expect. We'll get into that momentarily here, but yeah, I mean, it's there's certainly movement out there, and we've got to take advantage of that as day traders, and hopefully we'll get some good trading over the course of the day while we're watching to see if there's any more headlines, because it's headlines that are driving the movement of this market day after day after day.
Yeah, absolutely, man. We got a bunch of stuff happening that we'll definitely get into, and we also have just around the corner. We have earnings. Earnings are picking up. So next week we have banks coming in, so that's going to be exciting. We have a few this morning. One of them that's actually being affected a lot by the stuff happening in the Strait of Hormuz with the oil prices. So we'll look at some of that this morning as well. So we'll get into all that in just a second here, friends. But look at the Gabbers list. I mean, we've been seeing Peter swings back and forth, back and forth. Yesterday was all red. Day before,
Yeah.
mostly red. Today we are heavy in the green, right? I mean, we can't even go to this gap list. You just throw a dart. You know, I need the tickets that you traded in the last 3 months, and it's gonna be on the gap up list. I guarantee you. I mean, it is just everything is green. Obviously, everything is following the overall market. If you look at the SPY here on a daily, look at the drop we had over the last couple of days for everything going on, and then today we are gapping up a whopping 2.8. That is a lot. Some people are saying this is the biggest jump since Liberation Day. I think it's one of them, but they go back even further. It's one of the biggest jump in a very, very long time, skipping that one there. So obviously, that's going to affect the stocks. And we're going to dive into all that, more news on what caused everything here, starting with last night's ceasefire. But first, let's show you what's happening for today. What's scheduled, at least?
Not much actually happening on the economic calendar today. We've got some, we're following crude oil, obviously, a little closer than we ever used to. And that's happening at 10:30. We got some inventory levels, which people are watching, obviously, very closely because those crude oil inventories are having a big impact on prices. And we know that they are they're problematic. They're dropping. So the forecast here is for a drop of 1 million barrels of oil crude lower in the inventories, and we'll see if that number comes out significantly lower than that. We could see some further movement in oil prices, which would have an effect on the market. The rest of the day, really, we just have some Fed speakers. So those Fed speakers are happening at 1, at 2, and at 2:35. So pretty quiet, really. Really what we wait for are news from this administration. We're waiting for actual news, I suppose, of events rather than just words. And if any of that happens during the market day, you could expect further movement in this market. So we might as well talk about that, Carlos, right away, because really the big headline news is Trump made some amazing, like historically, absolutely stunningly amazing claims. Whether you support it or not, I mean, he was talking about bombing Iran back to the Stone Ages. He was, this is, I guess, a fact. He was insinuating, he was stating he was going to commit war crimes, which has got to be a bluff, right? Well, we think so.
Clearly a bluff.
Clearly a bluff. But
yeah,
if you make something that's so clearly a bluff, then does it have the desired effect? Because I can't imagine that he's going to go to the point of actually committing global war crimes. But nowadays I just don't know what to think anymore. However, I guess
all I know, man, I was so stupid yesterday because I knew this was coming. Like I knew there was going to be some kind of extension, and I didn't jump long on anything. I mean, it's just like I was like 95% certain they were going to get an extension, and I'm not in any long position. Can you believe that? It's just ridiculous. That's a big miss on my part. But go ahead, Peter. Continue.
Yeah. So, I mean, I guess it had its desired effect, right? Which, whether you think it's, it was going to happen or not, it's right or wrong. It doesn't really matter. The effect was that it looks like they've agreed on a ceasefire for 2 weeks here. Now, this is, of course, this is the statement as of like very early this morning. We have to remember that this is contingent on, as President Trump has been saying, the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran has really given no indication that they're willing to do. Even Israel is a war partner, I guess we could call them in this, has been very clear that this does not affect any of the activities that they're undertaking in Lebanon, which frankly is getting, they're picking a time when everybody's so distracted they're not paying attention to what Israel's doing in Lebanon. So we got all that going on. Like, it's just, there is so much happening out there in the world, and people taking opportunity and advantage while Trump is making threats and promises that are either not following through. He's extending deadlines, or getting the ceasefire, but it may not last 2 weeks. In fact, it may only be a matter of hours. It depends on when's that first ship, I guess, expected to go through the strait. Will it be allowed? Will it go through safely? Is anybody good? I mean, you got to be pretty bold to be the first one to say, I'm taking my ship through and going to trust that this all works, right? I mean, I was watching this documentary, Carlos. Here, it was a good perspective. They say, the giant, the big mega tankers, the ones that are like the length of 4 soccer fields, and and have millions of gallons, a couple million gallons of oil in it. They move on, for comparison, they move at the speed of a bicycle. They're
10,
so
10 to
big.
15 knots.
Yeah,
I saw
like
the
that's
same thing. Yeah.
that's their average speed. They were comparing it to a
Yeah.
bicycle. So they said, like, imagine taking a bicycle through the strait, through the ocean. Like, that's why it takes so
Hmm.
long to ship oil. But the
Yeah.
key thing, if you're going through the strait, you're not evading anything. Like, you were literally a sitting
Yeah.
target. When you're moving
Yeah.
the speed of a bicycle, you can't get out of the way. So you'd have to be pretty confident that you're going to make it through to start moving your tanker in that direction. So it's gonna be interesting to see what happens. Anyways, the time will tell. What we care about, for the market, like you said, Carlos, is up quite significantly. We're seeing a lot of stuff in the green this morning. Again, that's going to be dependent on this ceasefire holding and some further good news that the strait has some sign that it's going to reopen. Otherwise, we could get messaging out of this administration that could, sort of reverse all this goodwill we're seeing this morning. But for the moment, the good feelings are on. We'll see what happens. Let's see what we can do to trade that again when the opening bell opens. Hey, there's an hour and 20 minutes before the opening bell. Something could change between now and then. You never know.
Yeah,
So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I know the Pentagon's they were holding a press conference at 8 a.m. this morning. I missed it here, but I'm not sure what's coming out of that. What it's supposed to be, but I know they're doing something at 8 a.m. this morning. I don't have my TV up, so I'll have to check that later, see what's happening there. But yeah, man, we'll see what takes place. Right now, Gappers list. It's coming. All right, thought I was going to sneeze. Excuse me. Gappers is right now looking huge, and we're just going to pick our favorite tickers. Today is going to be a day of favorite tickers because everything you love is in here. But there are so few that are making some headlines, and let's start with those. It's going to be our airlines. So we have Delta here with earnings today. Again, earnings are starting to pick up, but Delta with earnings this morning, and you see a few of them on here today. You see United Airlines, you see Delta. Look at United Airlines up 13%. That is amazing. Delta Airlines, and I don't see American Airline up as much, but Delta and United both on deck this morning. Let's go to that one, Peter. Delta clearly doing very well with their earnings report this morning.
Yeah, and that's why Delta's leading this. The rest are sort of just following in its wake, I suppose. So let's use a boat analogy. Why not? We were just talking boats. Yeah, and they beat their numbers. They had a great quarter. A little bit of a surprise for the market, they weren't expecting that much. They thought maybe if they were lucky, they would hit their numbers, but they did quite well. Forecasting 14.8 billion in revenue, they did 15.8. Forecasting 60 cents a share earnings, they did 64. So now keep in mind the cost of the fuel increases haven't yet hit, but Delta actually gave some pretty positive forecasting to go along with it. So now, again, pretty aggressive considering the state of the market. That being said, they did call off their guidance from their previous guidance, saying that they're expecting some challenges. However, not anywhere near as much as the market was expecting, right? So they say that, like, for earnings, for example, in the next quarter, in Q2, they're looking at $1 to $1.50. The street had originally, and the original forecast was around $1.70, but the fact that they're still looking at net positive earnings per share is a very good thing. So I think that Delta, it's going to be in play. It'll be interesting. Delta's also, I think, getting a little bit of an increase because they're up 13% this morning, Carlos. And partly that's, of course, because of the earnings. Partly it's because the market itself is higher. I think we could get some outsized, if this market reverses based on any news or different sentiment when the opening bell rings. Delta could see a bigger than average move in the other direction, because usually guidance is what pulls it down, right? Despite the positivity, it's usually, if their guidance is lower, that's when a stock drops. So the fact that they're up so much feels to me a little overdone. So we'll see. I mean, I hope I'm wrong, because like you said, American Airlines is up. United, they're all up around 12-13%. That feels a little aggressive for when you've got oil prices at so high, and we know they're high and likely to get higher, but we'll just have to see what happens with these guys.
Yeah, I saw the same thing, man. I was curious, not concerned, curious why is this happening? One of the things they're doing, Delta, JetBlue, and United, they're raising bag fees, right? So they're going, I think it's like from about $10 a pop, right, from 45 to 55, and they're raising the bag fees to kind of make up for some of the fuel costs that they're incurring because of the fuel prices coming up. But again, to go back to your point, this thing moves at 10 knots, so there's not a fuel shortage in anywhere that was getting fuel from the Strait of Hormuz, but you know, gas prices, gas pumps are taking advantage of the headlines on front of your desk, and they're putting all the price all the way up. I drove by BJ's yesterday. I was took my daughter to Dave and Buster's, and I didn't know BJ's also has a gas station. I did not know that. The one in Wayne, New Jersey, if you guys know it, there's a gas station there, and I'm like, there's a line. There's a line at the BJ's gas station. People are waiting. Like the last car has to be waiting at least, if everybody's filling up, at least 35 minutes minimum.
Yeah.
I'm like, the other one next door is 15 cents higher. 15 cents is not worth 30 minutes of my life. It's not worth that. But hey, people are doing it, man. They're going on and waiting in line. So very interesting.
Since we're talking airlines, people keep asking for rants in the comments. So let me give you a first rant of the day, because here's a big one that's annoying to me. It's only indirectly related to airlines. It's more airports. But so I was flew through Cairo. That was the on the way to get home. Had this Cairo to Toronto flight, and I get to the airport. And first off, this airport has no instructions as to what to do. So I actually get in line. They kick you out of line. They go to another line. They go over here, and there was no explanation as to what you were supposed to do. And I wasn't alone. Half the people in line were getting sent out to go do something else, whether it's fill out a form. Like I had an e-ticket. Egypt Air. I was flying with Egypt Air. They gave me an e-ticket. I get to customs and they're like, no, we don't accept these. I'm like, well, I don't here for you. Anyways, they're very, by the way, behind in a lot of things in Egypt. But it was just like, I'm like, all right. So we had to go back and get a physical ticket, and we show back in line. Anyways, and there's 3 different security checkpoints. I got to say, there's lots of security to get through anything. But we go to the very first security checkpoint, and there's a guy who's directing everyone, and I show up and he says, you come with me. And I'm like, oh Jesus, right? And he takes me over to some line over in the side, and they have signs posted everywhere. It says no tipping. Like it's written in 5 languages. It's a big sign that says no tipping, right? And now, because in Egypt everybody asks for a tip. And Carlos, it's amazing to me, like, and they're not shy. Like in a lot of places in the world, it was very funny in a number of places where you give them a tip and they just say, no, all. They're right. They just want you to hand them all the money in your hand. And we're like, no, not doing it. Right. So anyways, but I was all out of small bills. Now you have to keep in mind relative rates in Egypt. About 100 to 200 Egyptian pounds would be a good tip, which is about like $2 to $4, right? Like maximum. Like you're not tipping all that much. Anyways, I was all out of small bills. This guy who's running the security line, who could potentially cause me problems, he could claim anything and I wouldn't know, right? Because he'd be talking in Arabic and maybe stop me from getting through security. So when he puts out his hand and demands a tip, like, are you not going to tip him? No, right? And he literally was standing 2 feet away from the no tipping sign. So what am I going to do? Like, I have no choice. If he's going to be that bold, and he
point at the sign. No, I don't get in trouble.
Because that'll probably go well for me, right? Yeah. So anyways, the only thing I had in my pocket was a $20 US bill, which is probably his monthly salary. I have no idea. Anyways, so I hand him a $20 bill, and this guy, when I told him I was Canadian, he's like, "Oh, Canada," Anyways, everybody always tries to make some connection with you. And so I hand him the $20 bill, and I said, "Well, I'm going to give you a big tip," because you can't ask for change on a tip. It just doesn't work that way, right?
That's just weird. Yeah,
it's never going to happen.
It's all or nothing.
And then immediately the guy's like, "Oh, big spender here, Mr. Big Spender." I'm like, what? You left me with no choice. You literally are. You're extorting me for money at the security line at the airport, and I'm like, I was very frustrated with that. But I mean, what are you going to do? Like, you really have no choice at that point, right? So
yeah, that's weird. So very weird situation to be in.
It is very weird. And I said the tipping is an interesting thing where everybody wants a tip. But I was thinking about it. I mean, Is it any weirder than what we do here nowadays in North America, where it's structured tips on everything? They guilt you, like you go to a Subway and they want to tip at Subway. I'm like, that's your job, is to make me a sub. Why am I tipping you? I don't understand.
Yeah,
Like,
don't get that.
anyways,
I don't get that.
yeah, it's a little crazy. Anyways, all right. So tipping, yeah, there's my big rant for the morning. I think was on tipping. That blew. I don't mind giving people tips. I give you a buck or two, a couple bucks. I'll tip. It's fine, especially if I get
Yeah,
some
if you like the service, yeah, you like the
yeah.
service, you tip.
But the security guy, like, that's extortion, because we're just terrified. I'm terrified. He could say anything. He could send me for extra screening. He could make me miss my flight. He could do anything, and I wouldn't know. By the time we get it
Yeah.
straightened out, I could be screwed. So, anyways,
Yeah.
all right. Get back to the
100%. All right, friends. As someone's saying, the SPY's dropping. Is it dropping when we're up 2.6? This is more like we're moving sideways.
I mean,
we're moving
yeah,
sideways. So let's see. Let's see what happens.
It's topped. It's topped.
Oh, okay.
It is moving down.
Oh, now it's moving down a little more aggressive. Yeah, see that? Okay,
Yeah.
now we're onto something. Are we back at war? Are we still firing missiles at each other? What's happening? Somebody find out. But there it is. SPY's reacting. And again, as we mentioned yesterday, it was going to be spicy. Today is going to be spicy again. I do believe that we're going to get some great movements with up or down. Probably, if we're going to get something exciting, it's probably going to be down. It's probably not going to be up because we moved up quite a bit. And if you look at the SPY overall, look at the daily. We're in the range prior to the war and the conflicts, or whatever you want to call it. We were just sideways, right? There was not much going on. We're at the bottom of this range right now. So I find it very difficult that anything else can push it up to where it was, where nothing was happening, unless we have even more good news, right? I mean, momentum alone, short squeeze can do that, obviously. But that's not likely. So again, if I was a betting man and I had the I could be now with poly markets, I think we might be going down more than up. But again, that's just my opinion. I'm not going to trade on that. I am going to keep that in the back of my head there. I'm going to trade the price action and the patterns. That's what we do here. So so that's airlines, guys. Delta Airlines clearly in play today. I do like the pre-market action, just to finish this one off. So I probably will add this to my list. I was looking at American Airlines. Also, it's got some volume here. All of them moving in sympathy this morning, but both United and Delta in play this morning. I will watch Delta, which I normally don't, but I think since they're the ones with the news today, they could be the one that trade the best this morning. So I'm going to put them on deck as well here. So, all right.
I know
yeah,
you normally watch American, and I can't blame you. Even on this day, American Airlines got 5.5 million shares traded so far this morning, where Delta was the one with the news, has just less than 1,800,000. So it might be worth watching both of these guys. You never got into American, eh? I know you said you were waiting for it to hit your price target.
I don't even want to talk about it, man. I'm so upset.
All right, never mind. All right,
so
move
upset.
On. Sorry, man.
But since you brought it up, I will talk about it. But no, I did the right thing, Peter. I did the right thing. I'm over it now. Here it is. I had an order at 950 was my entry. 950. We didn't get there. I said, you know what? 10 is good enough. I moved it up to 10 like 2 days before here. This thing, if you look at this thing here, it goes to 1009. And I think it happens when we were live, so I wasn't paying attention. We're doing this show here. I probably would have gotten in if I was like paying attention to it. And then I'm like, okay, do I move it to 1050? And I'm just like, you know what? I'm not going to do that. Now I'm up $1 from what I usually want to get in. I'm not doing that. Now I'm just, this is too much, right? So I didn't get in at 1050, although it would have worked out today. I missed it, man. I'm not in, unfortunately. So bye-bye, American Airlines. We'll see if it comes back at any point later. Another one that's high flying today, guys, off the gappers list, brought to you by tradingterminal.com. Friends, you can always head there and see what's happening as far as tools for traders, market atlas, and scanners, just like this one that we're looking at right now. GFI. So GFI, it is up this morning 11.4. So big gap up today. Hold on, that's not it. GFI. This is it. It is up 13%. Not that much volume. This is the Gold Fields Limited. No. Is this metals? And yeah, I'm not sure about this one. So probably won't watch it today. I'm not a big fan of these type of tickers personally.
No, I think they seem to be just following the market. They're up. They're down with the market dropping in the last couple of minutes. So it seems like it's just moving with the market overall. I'm not sure why Goldfields happened to hit our radar. It just had the right combination of movement and volume, and I don't see anything special here. Gold and silver prices, of course, are moving with all the, well, they've been moving for quite a while here, but with all the other commodities, oil, is another one to keep a close eye on, because oil is, oh my goodness, oil is all over the place. What is the last price of oil? Still at $110 a barrel, I think.
Hmm.
Let's see.
I haven't checked this morning actually.
I think it was still going up, actually, despite the ceasefire. Because again, remember, when we get the inventories, that is going to it's going to have an impact, because I think that we're going to see reduced inventories is going to have a concern, of course, over supply. So which is what's keeping oil prices high here. So. Anyways, we'll see what happens later today when that information comes out. But yeah, it's commodities, Carlos. They're all over the place. Like they used to be, the commodities were like the stable part of our economy, right? And you didn't get active movement. And when gold and silver prices started taking off last year in 2025, and now with oil prices, it's like it's not a safe haven like they used to be, are they? Or at least not a stable
Yeah.
haven. I mean, you got some great appreciation. If you're owning an oil company, you're probably pretty happy right now. If you own a car, you're probably not. So.
Yeah. Agreed. So again, GFI, I don't like it. Won't be on my list today. We'll look at some more here that are leading the way. Oh, there's a few. Like you see, AU is on. Here's another one also that's sitting in the gold. SB, SW, another mining company. So a lot of mining stuff up on this list this morning. AG, and one more here. So there's a bunch, right? So pick your favorites out of all of them. I think even UAMI is one of them. Wow, they're all here today. So they're on BMR. I think that's Bitcoin, I think. I'm not sure. Is it? Let me check. BMNR. I believe it is. But either way, a bunch of earnings. I'm sorry, not earnings. A bunch of mining companies up here this morning. So, all right. CMRL. Also another one, another metals company. Yeah, CRML, another one that's on here as well. All right, let's skip down. I personally don't like those, so that's why we're not going through them in a lot of detail, guys. If you like those, put them on your list. There's some that trade better than others. For example, how's SLV? I know this is one that tends to get great volume. So if I were to ever watch one, it'll be this one, SLV. I have watched it before. It does trade very well. PSLV is the other one that people like. Is it that one? Yeah, so it's a few that trade a little bit better at different price points. So again, just pick your favorite out of those. Looking here, we do have all our semis, of course. All our tech stocks are also in play this morning. So let's take a look at what's happening there. I saw MU. MU, by the way, Peter, I'm not sure if you've been paying attention, has been trading so well. It's been on our list almost every single day, and it's going to be on mine again today. Up 8.6 this morning, 3.4 million shares traded. I mean, just it's been trading. Even the intraday action it's been doing pretty good. So we'll be watching it again today. I'm gonna add this here, MU, and any thoughts on that?
Not on MU specifically, but if we're talking semis, we should probably talk about Broadcom, because Broadcom was one of the big gainers yesterday. I'm not sure if anybody here would have traded that. I mean, maybe we should talk Micron since you were there first. Micron did have some news. Apparently, they're going to expand their DRAM production. We know that Micron, they make a lot of, that's sort of their area of expertise. Increase in AI chips means an increase of the DRAM, DRAM loaded onto those chips. So that's good news for them. I think Broadcom had the bigger news. Broadcom is, with Anthropic, have a big deal to provide more AI chips to Google and the Google's data centers. They agreed to provide 3.5 megawatts worth of compute capacity to Google in a new deal. So that's in addition to their previous deals, and it's actually part of a bigger set of new contracts they announced, which total about 5 megawatts worth of compute capacity. I don't actually know how many chips that is. It's sort of a weird measurement, but it's good news when you get a large client like Google, and you've secured that contract to provide chips and AI compute power for them. So I noticed Broadcom was up quite nicely yesterday, and it looks like it's continuing that this morning with a continued move. So it might be worth keeping an eye on that, maybe over and above some of the other chip companies, because while NVIDIA looked pretty ugly yesterday morning. I mean, yesterday afternoon, right before the close, it looks like it got a little move. But I was just trying to catch up here this morning, and I was thinking, geez, like if I'd been watching that yesterday morning, I could have got hurt because it looked very choppy to me. So Broadcom
Yeah.
and Micron might be the better. How's Micron been trading, Carlos? I haven't really watched it. I sort of only been trading intermittently over the last couple of weeks, but it was before I left on vacation. It was starting to take over a little bit as a better semiconductor to watch each day. Is that proved to be true, or is it still
Oh
hit or
yeah.
miss?
Oh no,
Yeah.
no, man. It's been so much better. Like if you compare even to Nvidia and like AMD, MU has been trading much cleaner, right? You obviously have your days where it doesn't trade very well, but even yesterday, if you look at the day, look at the small day here, and if you look at the intraday, it gave us some really good opportunities to the downside. I missed this short here, but give it an opportunity down here, and it's been doing this every single day that we've been watching it, right? So a lot of really good moves in the
Uh-huh.
intraday. It's been trading so clean. So yeah, it's been on my list. I think almost every day since you left, man. It's been that good. And Nvidia, on the other hand,
Okay.
it's been like what you just said, extremely choppy. Yes, they tend to get a move here and there, but look at it just yesterday. I mean, it is just messy. We've seen a lot more of this
Yeah.
than an actual breakout. So really, really tough to trade.
Right.
All day yesterday was just messy. So we've been putting it just more in the back burner. It's NVIDIA. We still bring it up and watch and see what's happening. But MU, much, much better for sure.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's good to know.
Yep.
There you go. MU might be
Yep.
worth maybe the semiconductor to watch then for today. That and Broadcom, like I mentioned. So there you go. That's that sector.
Yep.
Other than that, you're talking about other things on the gap up list, Carlos. We got a smattering of things
Mm-hmm.
that are sitting on here. I notice
Yeah.
Rocket Lab is on that. Rocket
Yeah,
Lab.
Rocket Lab is on here. I'm not a big fan of the intraday on Rocket Lab, but I know that we were
No.
watching. I think it was like 2, 3 days ago. It had a nice gap down. Actually traded very well. I think it was this day here, if I remember correctly. But yeah, a lot of people like this. Me personally, I'm not. I don't like the way the intraday action is on it. So I usually tend to avoid it, right? And I think like a day like today, you could really pick any other, not any other, but any tickers that you prefer to trade, and I think you'll be okay given how one, how the market is trading, and also how this gappers list looks at the moment, right? And we'll see what's gapping now, why these guys are not doing well. And if I look at it quickly, actually it's all oil, BP, Exxon, PBR's oil, Oxy Energy. I mean, these are all seem to be oil related tickers. They're not happy. This morning they're dropping down quite a bit here, 20% all the way down to 5, 6, 7% there. So these do not trade very well. I know Oxy can be very fun at times. Some of them can be okay. XOM with heavy news can be okay, but again, for the most part, oil-related tickers on the downside of the gappers list. That is the headline. Speaking of Rocket Lab, made me think about was getting talk about getting the back burner is the space travel. I mean, every headline
Space.
is every headline is
Yeah.
Iran, Israel, missiles, this and that. Is
Yeah.
not much about this, unfortunately. I think they picked the wrong time. They should have put this in like the summer when nobody's probably doing anything. They're stuck at home,
Well,
you
in
know.
in
I
fairness,
mean,
they picked this time long before war was ever
no,
declared.
I
You do
know,
not
I know.
launch a mission like this without years of planning. So
Yeah,
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 they picked the date first, and then I guess they
yeah,
really couldn't
yeah.
scrub it because who knows when they'd have the next opportunity. So yeah, Artemis 2. I'm very excited for all this news with Artemis 2. Now they've crossed the halfway point. They're more than halfway through this journey. Went around the backside of the moon, and the fact they named a new crater after someone who'd passed away, I guess, while they were planning this mission, a crater named Carol. That they named. This was actually them. I had the press shot from where they sort of did their little press briefing, I guess, where they announced the naming of that crater. It was an emotional time for the 4 astronauts who were there in space. So yeah, it's pretty awesome. They sent back some amazing shots. It's sort of the first time we've been able to see the Earth from the other side of the moon as they've crossed around the backside of the moon and are now on their way back home. I don't know if you have that shot there, Carlos, but I thought that was a pretty awesome shot where the Earth is in the background and the moon is in the foreground like that. It's one of those where when we see pictures, you always see. Let me get my magic 8 ball going on here. You got the magic 8 ball here, and they always show like the moon, which will be my bearable traders coin, So you always see them in pictures like this, right? And that's not really the distance. And obviously, these two things aren't to relative scale either. But the actual distance between the moon and the Earth are more like this, right?
Yeah.
I can't even get far enough away. Anyways, you get the idea. Like
Yeah.
they're very far apart, and being so far apart, you sort of forget how big space is, because the moon feels close. It's not really that close. It's not as close as our own representative pictures make it feel. So
Yeah.
but anyways, so yeah, to fly around the moon is quite a thing. So anyways, I just can't imagine, Carlos, in our lifetimes, what if we have a permanent base on the moon and we start to actually do more exploration? I think that's going to be pretty awesome. I'm looking forward to that. So but we'll see what happens. This is just a small step for man, to quote another famous astronaut.
Yeah.
And they'll be back, hopefully safe and sound, in another couple of days. So pretty exciting stuff going on in space. So
It sure is. John shared something with me that was just like, wow, it's crazy to see. Let me see if I have it up here. It's like a small video of kind of showing the planning that has to take place here, and for some reason it's not coming up. All right, I might bring it up later. We'll bring it up later, but kind of some planning that was pretty interesting, man. Pretty interesting. I mean, I look at this stuff and I'm like, and are we sure? Oh, all right. Here's a little rant on my part. I haven't done a rant since you left. I've been very rantless.
Carlos
But
rant.
I
Look
know
at that.
it's gonna be a little spicy. I know a lot of people do not believe in a creator. I know that it's a fact, but this is just too damn perfect. This is freaking perfect. Like, you telling me that a bomb put all these things into place and it just naturally gets this done? I find it hard to believe. But it's the obsession of human beings. Human beings, Peter, and this has nothing to do with religion or not. Human beings, we need an explanation for everything. Dude, just say you don't know. Why is it spinning around the earth? You don't really know. You don't know. Why is the sun stays here? Why are the planets in line and do this? You don't know. But no, we have to come up with all these and all this stuff that we can hardly prove, because we just don't want to say, hey, we don't know. It is what it is. There's something bigger at play here. I mean, this is wild. So this video here shows the calculation, how they had to actually time this to make it work. Right? That's the moon going around the earth. And then they have to like come around the earth, spin around. That's a lot of math there, man, to get that done right. To get that timing, I will fail at this. They will land somewhere else. Oh my goodness. It is pretty impressive. Yeah. It is extremely impressive what they've done here, man. But yeah, fun to see.
Yeah, especially when you're right, because when they take off and you head out into space, you don't point at the moon, you point at where the moon's going to be. That's why they're
man.
Well, that's
wild.
That's why they're rocket scientists, right? Like it is very complicated stuff. So
100%.
All right.
100%.
Cool stuff.
All right, very exciting stuff. Can't wait to see them. They land Friday, so Friday's when they're scheduled to come in. Can't wait to see that, man. Hopefully that's one of the most dangerous parts. Hopefully that goes all well. All right, let's see here, friends. So we have so far on our list, Delta, MU on deck. You could look at other airlines are also in play. CCL is also making its way over here, so you can take a look at that one. As far as tech, I know you mentioned Entropic. Is AVGO is another one that you can look at. Peter, I find this one a little bit more difficult to trade, but I got to say it is in play. Yes, it had a great day. Today looks like it's going to have another awesome day too. It has some great news behind it. I think it's worth having on the list. And again, it's hard for me to say that because I know they're very difficult to trade at times. But I think we can't deny it's got to go on the list this morning. So I'll be having it on here. I'm sure you probably will as well. So let's hope that we can get some really great movements out of that one. And then I'm going to stop here. Peter, what do you like as far as this gap up list? I know there is a ton, but is there anything else you want to cover before we jump to the gap down? Which will probably be very quick because the gap down is mainly oil, as we mentioned.
Yeah. I mean, there was a couple of other pieces of news out there I wanted to highlight. I don't know how new it is, but Apple reinforced in the other day that they were going to release their first foldable phone in September. So that's the expected release. Now, they're a little late to the foldable phone market, right? It's already been done. Google's had a foldable phone, and there's been a number of manufacturers that have already produced Android foldable phones, but it's what it doesn't really matter. Even if Apple's late, and they're late on a lot of technology, right? They're rarely actually the first these days to produce anything, but they still get tons of attention. And if it could, attract a different market segment or people to upgrade, then that would be big. This will be jointly launched with their Apple 18 Pro phone, which will be the next generation. I feel, it's one of those things, Carlos. You have to my phone's doing great, and
It's perfectly fine. Yeah.
it's perfectly fine. But now it'll be at least 4 generations behind because I only have a 14, and it's like I don't know. I just what do I do now? It was brand new when I bought it, obviously. Not so new anymore, but it's still fine. It was interesting traveling with people, and when you use your phone a lot, Andrew, traveling with Andrew, his phone is always dying. Like he is just I don't know if he
Yeah.
leaves his I think he leaves his camera open a lot because when you travel, like your phone dies a lot faster than when you don't, right? Because
Yeah.
you're always
Goes
using
on it.
GPS services to
Yep.
figure where you are. The camera takes a lot of power and juice, and of course he's taking shots, he's social mediaing, he's doing stuff all the time. So he's like I think it's like every single day. Hey, anybody have a power bank? Can I borrow a power bank from someone? Anybody? So it's he's forever. His phone is dying. Whereas I'm like, hey, mine's lasting all day. It's all good because I'm not social mediating anybody. I'm just taking my pictures and I turn the camera off right after. Although it did overheat a few times. It started to act
Yeah.
really weird when it was, and then
And I
you
think
put it in your
if you
pocket.
don't put that airplane mode too, like I said, when you're on the plane, that pulls the battery a lot. Notice that, so you gotta make sure
Yeah,
to put that so it doesn't keep pulling. But yeah, when you travel, the phone is constantly dying for me because of pictures as well. But yeah, so you put on here this
yeah,
foldable phone, which I'm not a fan of
yeah,
the way it feels in the middle. I seen the Samsung one, I think it is. I'm not a fan of the way that
yeah,
feels. It feels like a little rubberish. Hate it. Hate the way that feels. But
yeah.
Apple's coming out with one too. I'm gonna love to see the people that are Apple fans that hate the folded phones with a folded phone now because Apple came out with that. That's usually what happens, right? Like, oh, well, now Apple has it, so now it's the best thing ever. But clearly,
Right.
Samsung's been on this for a while. But September, new folded phone. Are you getting one,
Yeah.
Peter? Since yours is getting pretty old now.
No, no, I have no plans. I mean, you got to remember,
Yeah.
I went from a 6S, but I went from a 6S to a 14. So I figure if I could wait 8 generations there, and those generations were longer because they were actually taking a couple of years sometimes between releases. So my phone is now what 3 years old, and I'll be 4 generations behind. So I think I still got a few years in it. So yeah, I'm okay for now.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Sun says that we will buy it. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it's Apple. It has an Apple logo on it. You're gonna buy it. There's no question.
Yeah.
But I won't be getting that. All right. Gap up. I do see Tesla on here. Checking some of our usual suspects, right? So Tesla also moving up higher. They have not been doing. Actually, let's go back to Apple since we've been talking about Apple. They had a rough day yesterday, man. I think there were some rumors about some delays or something like that. That actually came out yesterday. But they had a really rough start to the day yesterday. They started dropping pretty aggressively. This had nothing to do with the overall market. The market was just kind
Oh,
of sideways for the most part yesterday. But yesterday, they were not happy. But I think those rumors have been debunked, and Apple is back on track here, right back up to 258. Now starting to move with the market. But yeah, there was some rumors about this, some stuff being leaked, and also some delays. But Apple has confirmed there are no delays on their or scheduled releases.
yeah.
So there it is, back in business for Apple. Will be interesting today as well. Maybe on a secondary for sure. But yeah, yesterday was really nice drop yesterday here. So. All right, Peter, anything else off this list that you like this morning?
Let's see. We've talked about oil. We've talked about Apple. Geez, I don't think so. Let me just go back here. Was there anything else that I had highlighted that we thought we should talk about? No, I think that was it for stock news. I mean, there was one other news, but it's not really tradable news, Carlos. But since I always think of you when I think of music news. But Universal Music Group has received unsolicited bid, and it seemed like it came from a weird source to me. But anyways, Bill Ackman says that he's put in a bid for Universal Music Group. If you're not familiar with Universal Music Group, I guess I can't blame you for that terribly. But this is they have, of course, you can see pictured here, Taylor. They have Drake, Adele, Bad Bunny, Billie Eilish. Those are all artists who are on the Universal Music label. So the fact that they received, and it's a big $64 billion bid here, of which a big part of it, of course, has got, well, I mean, there's some big artists in there, but a big part of it, of course, is Taylor Swift, and the success. She's set all sorts of records with the release of her last album, and they're expecting that to continue. I'm not exactly sure what they want to do with it, but they must have some plans if they're willing to put that much money behind it. So we'll see what happens with that. That could create. I thought Universal Music Group was publicly traded, but it is not, at least not on the U.S. markets. I think it's actually a UK based company, but it doesn't seem to be U.S. traded. So nor is, of course, Ackman's companies. Those are all very private. So we'll see what happens with that. But keep an eye on it if you like music news.
Yeah, nice. All right, friends. We did mention Tesla a bit here as well. I'm just gonna add it because it is Tesla, and I think today is gonna be a day of usual suspects. So I'll add it on here and see how they end up trading. I'm going to add Apple to my secondary list. Just I filled some of the stuff up this morning on my primary and secondary list. All right, let's take a look at what's somehow managed to gap down. Besides oil, I think there's not much else on this list. Sky Corey, I think we saw this yesterday. It was high flying up pretty nice. Here was a low flow at 2.7 million shares flow. So again, second day place not really great, especially when you're dropping 20% with hard to borrow with Interactive Broker. So there's really nothing to see here. I won't be watching this one, right? VG is, I think the rest are all oil. Peter, correct me if I'm wrong. Dow, we got the Dow here. DOW. What Dow? Is it the actual Dow or this is something else? What is this?
Dow Chemical.
This is not it.
Is what this is.
Oh, okay. I'm like, wait, we shouldn't be dropping. We should be going up. But I never seen this before. Any news?
Yeah. Well, they of course, it's Dow Chemical, and they rely very heavily on their supply of chemicals from their suppliers, of which the Strait of Hormuz is having a big impact. And we've sort of indirectly talked about these things, right? Like, it's obviously oil is the big focus, but it's far from the only. There's fertilizer chemicals that are not being delivered. There's specialty chemicals like helium, which is one that we know has been in short supply for years, but it's even going into more critically short of supply, because that's one that can't be artificially created. At least we haven't figured out how to do that yet. And helium is used in chip manufacturing. So it's not just for party balloons, kids. It's an essential element used for the chip manufacturing process. So things like that are going to have an impact. And of course, Dow relies on a steady stream of raw chemical elements to be able to make almost every one of their products. So yeah, they're taking a hit, as there's a concern that they may have to scale back their production and deliveries on certain things because they will not have availability of the resources needed. So
yeah, there you go. Right, not really tradable here, friends. I'm going to leave that one alone. Let's see what else we got on here. Again, Oxy is probably one of the ones that I think we can watch some oil plays. Oxy is probably the one I'm going to keep an eye on. My favorite one, but there's a tons you could look at. It's actually, you have PBR, which probably gonna have really light volume this morning. Actually 1.7, but doesn't move very well. We've seen this in the past before. I'm not sure what XOM is doing today. Also light volume, only 600,000. PB, CBX, they all do the same thing. Very light volume. A lot of them sitting on the New York Stock Exchange, so they normally won't get the volume into the market open. But if you look at the bigger picture on the daily, it's still very light as far as how much movement you're going to get. Actually, for me, tends to be the one that moves the best. And you can see here the daily looks much nicer and probably a little bit more easier to trade. So I'll add Oxy to the list because I think we should watch some of these and see how the it trades this morning when the volume does come in. Again, majority of them sit on the New York Stock Exchange, so you won't see much now pre-market into probably the market open.
Yeah. One
And
that's
that's pretty
gapping up.
much it, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was going to mention Tesla, and I see that Yama. Anyways, I'll just call you Yama in the in the chat here. Just mentioned Tesla as well. It
Yamaha.
reminded me, or Yamaha. Yeah, tells me that reminded me that I wanted to mention it because Tesla's a weird one for me. You'd think in this, overarching news of big increasing oil prices, Tesla would be taking opportunity, and there would be people saying, well, then maybe it's time to have an electric vehicle, and apparently not. Apparently they are not able to benefit from this, at least not in the short term. So we're not seeing any massive increase in Tesla sales. We're not seeing even just talk about maybe we should go electric. It just doesn't even seem to be part of the conversation. There was a very humorous news article that I saw the other day where they were interviewing somebody out of Jersey, Carlos, and
Of course.
he's like, yeah, with oil prices being so high, I might have to go buy myself a horse. They're like, your first thought was not, I'm going to get an electric car. You'd rather go to a horse before you bought an electric car. So, like, all right, I guess that it's what it is. So,
John is not going to be happy about that.
No, it's just a throwaway comment, but it was amusing, right, in isolation. So but just like I would think that Tesla, this would be a chance for Tesla to take advantage, and it just doesn't seem like they're able to. Their stock price has been on a continuous sell-off this entire year, and since early December of last year. So it's just not getting any better. The picture's not getting better for Tesla. So, and I think that Elon has normally been good at doing little pump jobs, right, and sort of getting some stuff there. I think he's totally distracted with this IPO of
he's into the space stuff. Yeah, he's not into this right now.
And I can't blame him. Like, if this IPOs this year as anticipated, it's going to be a record breaking in a lot of ways. We probably all know by now that SpaceX is supposed to IPO this year. Excuse me. And the SpaceX company that's going to IPO is actually a combination of a bunch of different companies, right? Because they've got their AI engine in their Grok that's sort of rolled into that. They've got their is it Grok or is it a different AI? I always forget which one it is. But anyways, it's
actually, I think it's Grok. Yeah,
it's Grok. And then they've got they also have oh my God, Starlink. That's part of it.
Yep.
So there's a bunch of stuff that's sort of rolled into this SpaceX company, and it's expected to be the largest IPO ever to hit the markets. So that would be a record. What would also be a record is if it does IPO as anticipated, and it goes for the price anywhere near anticipated, it would make Elon the very first person to ever be the CEO of $2 trillion companies at the same time. So
nice.
Yeah, so that's interesting, I suppose, in of itself, just as a historical data point. So yeah, you got to believe. I mean, most people don't really have the attention span for one trillion dollar company. Did I say billion? I meant trillion. Anyways, $1 trillion company, let alone trying to manage several of them. So yeah, it's got to be it's got to be very, very busy times for them. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I think that space news is going to stay on the forefront, and I guess Tesla has sort of taken a little bit of a backseat, which is a shame because I think the stock had opportunities. It just does not seem to be able to take advantage of it. So I'm not sure whether to watch or not. I've actually got some good trading on Tesla while I was traveling, so I'm actually pretty happy with it. But I'm a short bias trader, so
yeah. I know investors and Tesla fans got to be upset with Tesla not advertising. They just don't advertise. And if you drive a Tesla, if you give it a month, it's going to be very hard to go back to another vehicle. I driven in Florida. They are awesome. It really is. But a lot of people don't know about all the features that it does. They have no clue whatsoever, right? To the point that I remember Hertz had this problem. They were trying to rent out Teslas. People were coming in, did not know how to drive them and how to use them. They were just having a really tough time. So it created a big problem for them when the Hertz rental company there. But they're awesome. Like if you use them for commuting, you're not going back to a regular car. Just all the features in there. It's just not happening. But they don't advertise. People don't know about it.
No. And I'm sure, like John is a big fan. He drives one. And thank you to John, by the way, for sitting in for me, and Mike for being here as well. So
Yeah.
I really, really appreciate those guys being here while I've been gallivanting around the Egyptian desert. But John's not wrong. Like his fondness of them is well justified. They've got some amazing features and functionality. I think he was talking about. I don't know if he talked to you guys about whatever his automated driving percentage is. He was trying to push that number up. Where is he now? It's 95, 96%, something like that. Anyway, so he basically rarely drives it. He just gets in and tells it where to go, and the car drives itself almost all the time. So I think that's pretty that's cool. You can't really do that in many other cars. I have to admit, I'm not sure I trust it, but I haven't driven one long enough to try. Maybe I should just get one just to try, but I haven't done that. I'm not sure what would happen if I put a Tesla in the garage next to my traditional Porsche 911 Turbo. I feel like I'd wake up one morning and they would have beat the crap out of each other.
Best of both worlds, man. Best of both worlds. You got the speed and the power, and then you got the efficiency and the high tech settings there and features. So why not? All right, friends.
Yeah.
All right. Yep.
All right. So Zeus is asking a question. I was going to answer it. It's not related to anything other than my trip. He says, "Do I believe that aliens built the pyramids?" Andrew and I had many conversations about that, and there's confusing things about the pyramid building, because they talk about the Great Pyramid of Giza. They say was built in 22 years. And Carlos, there's something like 2 million stones, right, that make up the main part of the pyramid. That doesn't include all the little stuff inside, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you do the math, if over 22 years you had to move 2 million stones that are like ranging between 2 and 30 tons each, they had to move something like a stone. They had to put in place, including the entire supply chain, a stone every 20 minutes or something, like 24 hours a day, 22 years straight. It just doesn't seem possible. I don't think we could build a supply chain right now that could quarry, ship, move, and put in place stones to make that at that regular interval. It just seems incredible. So, and apparently they didn't use slaves. That's the current belief. They actually just used conscripted, paid workers.
I find it extraordinarily hard to believe that scientists have not been able to figure this out, but they figure out a bunch of other stuff that are a lot more difficult. But this part here, pyramids, that you can see, scientists have not been able to figure this part out. Come on now. Get it together, people. But they knew what the dinosaurs were doing like 100 years ago. Some great documentaries on Apple TV on how they had how they move and what they ate and how fast they went. I'm like, how do you know? Like, oh, this stuff you're just making this stuff up. Like, you don't know. It's okay, guys. When you don't know something, just say you don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, I have trouble. Where I have trouble with the alien theory is, as much as it doesn't seem logical, or so we got something wrong. Either it took a lot longer. I mean, clearly they were using some technologies we're not familiar with or we haven't yet rediscovered. And I firmly believe there's technologies that we haven't rediscovered. They had smart ways of doing all sorts of things. And when you visit some of the big temples and that, you realize, like, ancient Egyptians were able to build 5,000 years ago, able to build on a scale that we can, barely comprehend now. So it must have been a very impressive empire. However, all that being said, I think that we. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the comment. Is my microphone not clear? Maybe I'm on the wrong mic.
Say again? What?
Anyways, people are talking about the mic. I had a couple of comments about the microphone, so I'm worried that my mic is not clear. But
anyways, you're fine. So I'm not sure how it sounds over YouTube, but you sound good to me.
All right. Anyways, the problem I have with the whole alien theory is, why? If you're an alien coming to Earth, why are you building a pyramid? Like, what it doesn't seem, if all the things that you could build and do, a pyramid doesn't seem like the most useful structure to have built. Like, I don't get that part. Nobody's been able to explain that, other than we can't figure out the technology, therefore it must be aliens. I'm not sure that that's the right answer. So, but they are very impressive. When you go see them in person, you're like, They're impressive structures. So,
Yeah, yeah. We
anyway.
saw some in Mexico actually with Andrew, and we Andrew and Abby. I met Abby there in Mexico, and they have pyramids in Mexico. So yeah,
Yeah, there's pyramids
pretty cool
everywhere. It's
stuff.
a
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
obvious structure.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Anyways, all right.
all right, there it is, friends. What we do know is that this market is moving. It's moving quite a bit. Tesla, I'm gonna add that to the list as well. I got Oxy on there. I'm pretty happy with my list right now. There's some room for some more usual suspects on the secondary list because we have not even looked at Meta. I don't have Google in there. I don't even have NVIDIA, which we'll keep an eye on. But I'm really happy with the stuff I have on here right now. But let's go to you guys. We have on X and also on YouTube. What do you guys like this morning? What are you guys watching? Let's get some ideas from you guys. Then we'll head over to our community events announcements to show you what's happening in our community. So let's take a look here. What's everybody watching? Let's see. No tickers? Oh, everybody still wants to talk about aliens and pyramids. It's awesome.
It's fun. It's fun to talk
It's
about.
a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Chambrian 7837. Welcome to the Lambos and Garbage Truck family, my friend. Good to have you. Good to see you there. Let's take a look at AEHR. I saw this high flying over the last couple of days. Today we are up here 9%, so it continues to go higher. 9%, 518,000 shares traded. AR Test Systems. I don't know what they do, but I know they've been up quite a bit here. The float on this one is 27 million shares float, so on the lower side for sure. But the last couple of days, we've been getting some pretty good movements. We do have shares for sure with Interactive Brokers, quite a bit, 400,000, so that's not bad. It's in play, guys. I'll put it on a secondary list. I haven't really watched it. I know you guys have been mentioning it even yesterday and the day before, but I haven't really watched how it actually trades. I know it's a little bit more volume. Actually, you know what? Popcorn ticker, because it is a low flow stock. So
Yeah.
popcorn ticker for this one, guys. Let's just see what it does. Probably not going to
It's a
be
small
a trader for me.
It's a small equipment semiconductor manufacturing company. I mean, they only have about 50 million of revenue per year. They had earnings, which is why they popped up here today. They missed on revenue but beat earnings per share, but they're still losing money, by the way. But they did better than anticipated. They lost less money than anticipated. And they did announce that they've got, for them, a relatively large order, a $14 million additional order that's going to add to their revenue over the next 6 to 12 months. So that's good. I mean, a $12 million order for a lot of the big semiconductor companies, we wouldn't even talk about, right? That's a rounding error on the week, let alone reason to move the stock. So, but they hopefully puts in your mind the scale of this company. It's pretty small. So
Yeah. So nothing to see there. At the most part, we'll keep as a popcorn because I know it is been heavily in play over the last couple of days, but I'm probably not going to trade it. AAOI has been making a lot of our moderators lists lately. So here it is. Today we are moving higher, 8% this morning, 503,000 shares traded. I know some people have been taking some really great trades on it. I have not really watched it. Maybe today's the day. So Peter, not sure if you had a chance to look at this one or trade this one.
I watched Andrew trade it while we were trading together in Egypt, and yeah, he got I think a couple of good trades. One for sure, I remember, it was just an amazing trade. I personally haven't traded it. No, it's just a little too crazy for me. But I see that people have been trading it over the last month. Throughout the month of March, the volume has been higher, and you can see that's really raised the volatility. So it's got a much higher profile, right? Ever since you got that pop back at the end of February, look at how much the volume has just been sticking, 2 to 3 times, or maybe I should say 3 to 4 times the average volume it used to hold on a daily basis, and it's moving in a much bigger range. So I get it. I get why people are watching, but I like more stable stocks. This one's still a little too wet behind the ears. It's too young and crazy for me.
Yeah, I cannot agree with you any more than that. So 100% agree with that. All right. What else, friends? We do have that one. So again, if you like it, put it on your list. I'm not a big fan of it. NBIS. This was on our list some time ago, and we have not looked at it in a while. But look at it here. We are up this morning 7.4, and 1.4 million shares traded on it. So, uh, not sure. I mean, it is up nicely. It's pretty much moving with the overall market, right? That's what I'm looking at here. So, I think I have the list I have right now. Delta, MU, AVGO, Tesla, and Oxy are pretty good. I think I'm gonna go with that instead. But if you do like that one, you can add it to your list. MBIS could be a nice one. I know we had some good trades on that, so I'm I'm inclined to put it on my secondary list because we did trade it very well a few, maybe 2 or 3 weeks back. So maybe we can keep an eye on the secondary list. So let's do that. I think it could be good. How's MU? MU is great, man. We've been watching it every single day. It's going to be on my list today. It's my favorite stock for the last couple of weeks. It's been trading very clean compared to like NVIDIA and even AMD, which we will never hear us say that, right? MU better than AMD and NVIDIA. Intraday, it really has, especially NVIDIA. So we mentioned earlier, if you missed it, NVIDIA has been very, very choppy, especially those first couple of 2 3 hours of the market open. Brutal. You come back later in the day and the SPY did something, this thing followed through, but it's been very, very tough, especially for us morning traders, market open traders. It has not been all that clean. So gonna keep NVIDIA. It's still NVIDIA. We'll probably watch this here and there, but going to keep it off my primary list for right now. So all right, I think that kind of does it, friends. I'm happy with the list. We got a great list. Can't wait to see what the other moderators are looking at today. But first, let's take you guys over to bearbootraders.com where you can see what's happening for the next couple of days. But we'll focus today on Wednesday.
Indeed, we shall. And for Wednesday, it's our Wisdom Wednesday. I think you over scrolled there. So there you go. He's getting back. Yep. Which means we like to focus on the stuff you can do to help improve your mental capacity. And because this is a 80 to 90% mental game. It really, really is. So tonight, Wesley is going to be with us at 8 p.m. in the Bearable Trading webinar room. Talk about how you can close the gap between what you know and what you need to do. How many times have a trader said, I had a game plan, I just didn't follow it, right? We all know what we need to do, but to actually execute it is the tough thing. I mean, heck, this is why on my desk I've got, you guys know this, my take the damn trade sign, right? I know I need to do it. I just need to actually get it done. So that's what we're going to talk about tonight. Hopefully you'll join for that. If you want to be part of the Bearable Trading community, trade live with like-minded traders all day. Trade at the open with Andrew and Brian. And Andrew, by the way, back in the office today. He traveled a little bit after me. So he got home, I think, early this morning. So I think he's been up for a while. He's probably going to trade and go to bed. Actually, some of his best days when he's just like, he comes in, he trades and said, that's it, I'm going for a nap. So we'll see what happens today. But he'll be in the chat room trading live with Brian. So if you want to be part of that, go to bearabletraders.com and you can take advantage of our membership from the intro through to the elite annual, which is or the elite deal here, which is the best way to go. We don't have an annual deal anymore. What's going on? Oh, this is
they changed it a little bit the way they did it.
Okay.
Yeah, so you could see it around here. It's 99 billed annually. So this is basically the discounts, 50% off. It's just promoted a little bit different. So yeah, take advantage of that.
Oh, there you go. Makes sense. Okay, that makes a lot of sense because it is a much better deal if you sign up for a whole year. Then you're going to get a big discount off of it. So that's good. There you go. Only $99 a month if you sign up for a year versus paying $199 if you just do it on a monthly basis. I get it if you just want to give it a shot, but your best is just see if it works. If it does, use the intro, right? Then you can just test it out. If that's good, then go for the year package. So in any event, that's good. The other thing that you might want to consider if you're looking to accelerate your trading journey, we've got our next boot camp that's going to be starting here very soon. In May is when we start that next boot camp. And really, now is the perfect time to sign up for it. Start to get ready. You can plan. You've got a few weeks to plan for that May start of the Peak Capital Trading Boot Camp. It's a very intensive 3-month training program that takes you through from soup to nuts. How do I build a strategy? How do I manage that strategy? How do I modify and improve that strategy? How do I manage my psychology and put myself in a good place to trade for a living? That's what we're looking to do, is imbue you with the skills needed to trade over the long term. And that boot camp is a great way to accelerate. In fact, the cost of the camp can be easily amortized with the payback because you get a funded trading account as part of the boot camp. And if you make money over the course of the camp, then you'll just like our funded accounts outside of that, you can get paid for the opportunity. So I always tell people, don't do it if you're not ready to put the effort in, but if you are, I mean, you can see, right? It's action packed every single week. There's a ton of activity we give to you. You don't have to do everything. That's up to you. But you've paid for the opportunity to be part of this immersive environment where you can really focus on your trading for 3 months. It's fantastic. And we always get strong, positive feedback for those that go through the boot camp. So consider it. If you just want more information, go to pcapitaltrading.com and you can find out all that you need to know, or email us directly. Peter at pcapital trading, Carlos at pcapital. We're around. We're happy to answer your questions. Anything that you might have, right? If you need some data to make a decision, just ask us. We're happy to tell you, and we'll be upfront as we always are about what works, what doesn't, whether it's right for you or not. So if you're interested, hopefully we'll see you in that camp when it starts in the month of May. Carlos, I know we got some levels to set. Why don't we do that? I'm going to start thinking about what I want to trade. This is my first day back in the office myself, and my first day focusing back on my trading after really being focused on travels, and the trading was, just sort of something we did for, an hour and a half or so when we found the time. So I'm looking forward to it. It's like being back at work, ready to focus in, and we'll see how it goes. So I'm going to look at that while you help us figure out what levels to set.
Yep, absolutely, friends. All right, let's get to it. Let's get some levels in here. We'll start with Delta, which is in play this morning, earnings, and they did very, very well. And again, they're not really dropping here, so earnings look pretty nice this morning. All right, let's take a look here. Delta, high of the pre-market, we are looking at 74.82 is the high of the pre-market. The low is going to be down at 68.97. We'll slam one there, friends. That looks pretty good. And then right below the price action right now, we have there's a level here where we have some resistance. Let's move this out the way. Some resistance here around 73.06. You definitely want to have that there. Above that, the last recent high was around 76.31. We're going to mark that there on daily as well. This is a big move up for Delta. They don't move to a percent like that, right? If you look at their daily, they're very small moves for the most part. So within the high of the pre-market, 74.81, and the low down at 69, there is going to be an area here, which I think is worth noting, 71.61. You can clearly see there's a level here of a lot of resistance. So you want to have that there. You can see that there across the board going back into almost all of February. A lot happening around that price tag. Definitely want to note that there. Next is going to be our good buddy MU, which again has been just so nice, guys. So going to have it on deck again. As I always remind you, keep your share size, reasonable here. This thing can move quite a bit. Sometimes my stop is $2, right? So, and I'm looking for a $4 move. So just keep that in mind because it can move quite a lot. 420.05, 420.50 is the high of the pre-market. 406.12 is the low. So we're going to bring actually this a little bit lower. It's right around 406.12. Where is that? There it is. 406.12. And then below that, we have a midpoint area here. 339.60. 339.60. Sorry, 393.60. 393.60. Before we start getting to the highs and lows of the last two trading days, which we are leaving behind, as many stocks are doing today with the market's recent movement starting last night, right? So definitely want to note that 433.90 is the next level above the pre-market high. It's got a good area right on there. AVGO's got some great news, as Peter mentioned earlier. They're partnering up with Google and doing some things there, so that's obviously helping them out quite a bit. That's been the news lately, so be on the lookout for that. They normally do not trade very well, but I think today is going to be a good day to have them on deck. And I will be watching them closely. So right over here, guys, AVGO, high of the pre-market this morning, 352.25. The low is going to be down at 346, 346.50. So 346.50, 53 will be our low of our pre-market, which is right around this area here. And below that, guys, highs and lows for the last two trading days. Before we get that there's a midpoint, 340. 84. Again, a lot of stocks leaving their last two trading days levels behind with the big pop up this morning with the market. AVGO has some news on top of that as well, which is helping them also. So clearly doing very well there. Above that pre-market high, we are going to mark down 359.11 on AVGO. Next is our good buddy Tesla. Again, they've just been, as Peter mentioned, we mentioned this yesterday too, the day before. They've just been on this downtrend. Like they just can't figure it out. I don't know what's going on here, but we need Elon to refocus on Tesla. He's into space right now. He's doing his space thing. He's not really focusing.
Focus.
Yeah, come on, Elon. Stop going into space, whether by smoking or actually planning space and focus on Tesla. Your fans need you there. So let's see what Tesla does here. High of the pre-market is going to be 365. 365. The low is going to be down at 360.75. So if we are assuming a little bit more, just to make sure we cover every area, the highs and lows are doing a great job covering everything towards the bottom. It does miss this area here, which I think is worth noting. 352.99 in case, might actually be 353 in case we do drop. We're ready. In case we do have an explosive pop, the next level towards the top, the next big one is going to be 381. 381 right on here. You can clearly see that. That looks pretty nice there. And there might be some midpoint areas here, but again, I don't see anything very clear to put between 381 and the highs of the last 2 trading days. So we'll leave that as the way it is there. Last but not least, I think we should watch some oil tickers. Oxy is my favorite one to look at. Some oil and energy plays here. Oxy, for the most part, down today 9%, as many of the oil plays are. Energy plays are 58.88 is the high of the pre-market. 57.20 is the low, and we see it dropping a little bit more here. Let's see if we can make a new low this morning. Towards the top, great level over at 60.83, and then towards the bottom here we do have 55.54. So probably my least favorite out of the bunch today on this gap up on this primary list, but you know, it is in play. I think you have to watch at least your favorite ones. There's a bunch of them. If you go to a gappers list brought to you by TradingTerminal.com, just look at it. CVX, BP, XOM, Shell, Oxy, PBR. I think VG is part of that group as well. They're all energy plays this morning. Are the only things that are not doing so hot. For the most part, majority of the things are not doing so hot this morning. Is T AT&T? Why is T down? As communications are down, T is AT&T. Oh, interesting. They're down at 2.4 here. Not sure why, but they're not feeling too great today. That's weird. Any
there's
news?
no, there's no
That's
real,
down.
there's no big news that I see on it. No, I don't really. I'm not sure why they're down.
Yeah, interesting. They
So
barely move.
They do have some. They have some option expiry action, so I see that. But other than that, I don't really know why they're particularly dropping. So.
All right. So there it is. Norway does not trade very well, but just saw it very interesting that they're just down there like that, 2.4, with nothing too significant. They barely move. So interesting when you see a company down that much that barely gets any movement. All right. So we are set, man. Happy with my list. MU, Delta, AVGO, Tesla, Oxy. Peter, what is our team watching in the chat room this morning?
Yeah, let's take a look. Our chat room moderators, starting with our live traders. Andrew says he's going to be watching NVIDIA, Tesla, AMD, PLTR, and AMD. He's also going to take a look at the TQQQ for the market break up. We'll see what happens there. Brian, who's also trading live with him, is going to be watching Tesla, NVIDIA, AMD, PLTR, Oxy, Levi. I wonder why Levi. We didn't even look at them. And then, of course, the market indices. Megan is going to be watching PLTR, AMD, Coin, and Circle of Internet, CRCL. Mike is going to be watching MU and Apple, as well as the scanners. And that's it so far. I don't see Eamon in there with his list. I don't see Brennan or others. So hopefully they're thinking about it and they will get their list in. For my side, I'm going to be watching a lot of the stuff we talked about. I'll keep an eye on American and Delta Airlines. I'll be looking at Broadcom and Micron, since we talked about those as well. Tesla, I'm always watching. And I might just, I'm going to put on a secondary over here on the side here, AAOI and NBIS. Again, AAOI is a little crazy for me, but you never know. If I like the way it looks, I might change my mind. So I reserve that right. Okay. Sure, so there you go. You know, since people wanted rants, you know, I'll keep on with the rants here, Carlos. Have you ever tried to get anything back from an airline? Like if you leave something on the plane, you're screwed. It's gone forever.
It's gone.
Yeah. It's gone. You'll never find it again. Over the years, I've left a couple of things on planes, and if you go like the airlines, they don't even give you any facility to try and find things. They really don't. An airport has a lost and found, but that's for stuff you leave in the airport. If you try and contact them and say I left it on a plane, they're like, contact the airline. Try and contact an airline, they're like, call the airport. So you just get caught in the circle. I left my book, my Kindle e-reader on the plane, and I actually paid for. I have to give Egypt Air had this great thing where you could pay for the middle seat. So my daughter and I had 2 seats. Yeah,
for the middle seat.
Yeah, so because that's like there was a big plane, 60 rows with 9 seats across. So, like there's a whole lot of people on this plane. And for $115 US, I could buy the middle seat. So my daughter and I booked the window in the aisle, and then I bought the middle seat for $115. And on a 12-hour flight, that is awesome, right? Because then there's no one sitting in between.
Oh, okay. I completely okay, got it. You bought the extra seat just to have the
Yeah,
space. I thought you pay
yeah.
extra to sit in the middle. I'm like, that doesn't make
No,
sense,
no,
but I
no.
got
Oh,
it. I got
okay.
it. Okay, I got you. On the
No,
same,
no.
on the
I
same
paid
page
for
now.
the empty seat.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but it was only $115. I'm telling you, the best $115 I've ever spent, because
Oh
now we
yeah.
had the extra seat. And I got to give again, the Egypt Air, as much as their check-in process is old and a little bit crazy. When you get on the plane, Carlos, they gave us a blanket, they gave us a pillow, they gave us a little kit with headphones and a pen and moisturizer and a pair of socks, and I mean, I haven't seen that in a North American airline in
And you
decades.
never will.
No, it
You
was crazy.
never
So, but of course,
will.
I had this stuff for 3 seats, and so we piled it all in the middle seat. And at one point, over the 12 hours, I must have put my book down in the middle seat and ended up at the bottom of the pile. So I was so eager after 12 hours to get off the plane
Yeah.
that I forgot to
Yep.
go through all that pile of stuff. And I left my e-reader on the book. And I was very upset about that because, all my books are gone now. They're all gone. So anyways, and I tried to contact the airline, no go. So no,
Yep.
it's gone forever. I'll never see it again. So I bought another one. It's
Yeah.
a shame. Not a way I wanted to end my trip, which is unfortunate. But there you have it.
I have lost that pocket has claimed a lot of things from me in the past.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember the before MP3 was MP4 players, MP3 players music. There was this thing called mini disc. You guys remember the mini disc? It was a small cassette, thin. I left one in there. Nice Sony mini disc, man. It just came out brand new. I literally had. I think I bought it for the flight. And man, that hurt. That's the one that probably hurt the most. I left it, but that thing has claimed a bunch of stuff, man. Headphones, this, that. Now it's a thing you gotta check. Gotta check
I've
that
left
thing.
headphones. I've left glasses. I've left books. Now I've left e-readers. Yeah, as you say, you just, especially the longer flights when you're just so eager to get off, and you're like, just let me off this plane, and then you forget to do all of your checks. That's I find those those are the worst. So anyway, what can you do?
Yeah. No, it's not normal for long haul flights here. It's a U.S. based carrier thing, man. You go Delta, United, they're not gonna treat you like that. We took a Malaysian flight, Malaysia Airlines, 2-hour flights, 3-hour flights. Wine. And this is kind of like because it's 3-hour flight. I'm not paying extra for a 3-hour flight. Wine, Peter. As soon as we're settled and leveled off, wine, a meal, like a full blown meal. This is a U.S. thing that they just don't do it.
I'll admit ours was a 12-hour flight, so that's pretty long. But I got 3 meals. They fed us 2 full meals and a good hearty snack in the middle. So they didn't skimp on that. Now on the downside, I will say, Egypt, if you've never been to Egypt, it's like it to me, it rivals India in just the garbage everywhere. There is garbage, Carlos, everywhere. Like Cairo.
Man, I hear that. I never been to India, but you've been to India, I guess. Everybody that goes to India, usually all these business trips, says they hate it. I'm like, it can't be that bad. I think they're exaggerating, but you're telling me the same thing too, huh?
You don't know unless you go. Like, Carlos, there is literally just garbage everywhere, just all over the streets.
Jeez.
All like and I think they just become immune to it and they just don't even think about it. But it was but what amazed me is when I got up to leave, I was in row 50 on this flight, which was fine for the flight, but I got to walk past a whole bunch of other rows, 30, 40 other rows, and I was looking at the ground, Carlos. I'm thinking, oh my God, like I understand why the streets are like that, because I guess it's just a general attitude. It was pandemonium, and there was so much garbage. I'm like, how did people even generate this much garbage on the flight? Like, I don't even understand. How is that even physically possible? It was like you could barely see the floor for like rows at a time. There was so much stuff. I'm like, did they just take every wrapper, shred it, and then drop it at their feet? Like, I don't. It was crazy. Anyways.
I'm laughing because I know I had another culture, which I won't name because we don't want to attack any cultures. If you're from there, we love you. But I had another coach I used to work for, and
Yeah.
man, same thing. It's like this is just their thing. You go to their desk, and I'm like, bro, where can I put my paper? There's like wrappers and sesame seeds and all this stuff all over the desk. And it was just like normal to this type of culture. I'm like, this is not normal, man. You can't be doing this in the US. This is actually disgusting. But that's what they did.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
But
Anyways.
yeah.
You know what? It's different expectations, and I was thinking it's interesting to see how we just have one level of expectation, and there's different. I can't say one is right or wrong. There's other things that they did that was quite, that seemed like the smart thing to do. This is just one where I would say, I have to admit I've got a little bit of a penchant for cleanliness, so I'd like that.
And I'm sure there's from their, I would love to see their point of view, like any other different culture that would probably do something like, oh, why do you guys do that? There's got to be something that we do too that's probably outrageous to them. It'll be a great sit down over some whiskey
we
for
do
sure.
we do lots of stuff that makes no sense. Like really, we honestly do. We do stuff because that's what we're used to, and it doesn't necessarily make any sense. It's just what we're used to doing. So, anyways, and I apologize to anybody. We're not hating on any culture.
No,
just saying
of
that
course
it's just different. It's different, and it's different in different places. So, and when you're not used to
absolutely.
it, so. Anyways, guys, let's focus on the market. We're getting a little bit of a pop up on some things. I see Microsoft popping up pretty hard right now. Wasn't actively watching Microsoft, but it just happened to be on one of my screens here, and we'll see. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, obviously we're gapping up fairly significantly, right? 2.7% on the SPY, 3.5% on the Qs. So that's a pretty big move higher as we head into this open. I think there's a good chance we may give some of that back, but we'll see.
Yeah.
It could go either way. It really could. We could continue and move higher, or the money could say, you know what, this is good opportunity to take some profit off the table. Don't forget, because there could be a lot of people getting short squeezed right when this bell opens. This is a big pop up percentage wise. This is a huge move, so we could easily move higher right at the open. So I'm going to watch here carefully. I will be looking for signs of pullback. If I see them, I may be looking for shorts today, even if the market's really, really strong at the open. So, but right now I don't have a locked in strategy. So
I don't know
we're just
who's changing my list. It got all kinds of tickers there. That's not my watch list, but I gave access to
in there.
I gave access to Andrew to change this, and I was thinking about it. I should probably do a separate one for him because he's gonna mess around with these numbers, and he is. It's probably not his. Probably get somebody else to start putting in stuff in there. But look at that list. It's massive.
AMD
love him.
Popped up.
No, Steve, it's not my full list.
Oh, no, it's down.
Oh boy, gotta love it.
I don't know.
And it's funny because I started typing. I started typing like Hood. I started putting Hood on my list. Like, wait a minute, I didn't look at this. I didn't do an analysis for this, but it's popping up there. But yeah, Hood is not on my list, guys. But MU, Delta.
Hood's not a popcorn stock though either.
Oh, anyway. No, it's not. But that's not me doing it. We'll leave that there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not me. Okay. Not me typing on the spreadsheet.
All right.
All right, friends.
Yeah.
MU popping up here. Yeah, see that. See that.
Yeah, I saw that.
My favorite
AMD
ticker, guys.
Popped up
of course.
And down and up again.
Yeah.
This could be an energetic open. Again, we've got news of a ceasefire. We just don't know how long that ceasefire will last.
Oh man, things are rocking, friends. Look at this. This Tesla AVGO. All right, let's see. All right, well, just above a minute for the market open.
Yeah.
Should be a lot.
While we're waiting, here. Carlos, you'd find this entertaining. One of the people on the trip, Steven, a great guy who was talking with, and he said, sometimes he has, he trades. Lives in Vancouver, And when he trades, of course, it's super early, right? The show starts now at 5 a.m. It's now 6
Yeah.
a.m., 6:30 there almost. And he's like, so if he has, if there's somebody in the house with him at that time, they're like, why? What are you listening to? And he said, Peter, you're known as the annoying voiced guy because I keep waking other people up in the house.
I
And I'm
know.
like, well,
I know, man.
maybe you want to use some headphones, but my apologies for annoying any of the partners listening out there who have to listen to me every morning when you don't
Oh,
want
yeah.
to. So if Steven, if you've got the microphone on and you're listening and you've got someone in the house, hi, and sorry for waking you up, but wakey, the markets
There it
are, a
is.
couple seconds here. We're getting ready to trade. So
Yep. Absolutely, friends.
there he is. He's there and he's alone. All right, I'll say hi another day when. All right, here's the bell, guys. Let's go.
All right.
Let's go.
Here we go. Here we go.
Why did my bell not ring? Anyways, I didn't get my market bell. All right.
Mm.
MU pulling back hard here. Whoa, Tesla dropping hard. Yikes.
Yeah. I expect a little profit taken today. Oh, look at, Tesla's the biggest mover down. AVGO following suit as well. Eyes on the SPY, of course, friends. I expect that to direct a lot of what's happening this morning. Oh, Tesla continues lower.
I want
Man.
to short
Look at that.
NVIDIA, but I'm not sure
Yeah.
whether I can trust it here. There you go. Okay, that's well. There it did get a move lower. It was looking weak, but
Oh man.
oh, there you go. Well, I missed an opportunity to trade AMD short. I said, Carlos, I told myself I'm going to take everything. I just really wasn't sure about that one. I felt like I was guessing more than doing a structured trade.
Jeez, Tesla, guys. Tesla.
Tesla's really selling off. I'm surprised. That's a $9 move.
Is this an overreaction here, man? I'm ready to I haven't scalped anything in a very long time, but I'm ready to go long here just for a scalp back up to 360. I mean, this just seems like this is unreasonably extended. Look at that, 352. It's a level on the daily. I haven't done one of these trades in a long time, Peter, but I don't know, man. I feel like the slingshot move is coming. Yeah, I think so, man. I'm gonna hate this, but I think I'm gonna try something here. This just doesn't make sense. Doesn't have to. The market doesn't have to make sense to anybody, but
no, it doesn't.
Seems rather aggressive. Any news, guys, on Tesla? I haven't looked up anything. I don't have my thing up here. Yeah, don't want to jump in on this just yet.
You put it in my head now, Carlos, that it might be a long here.
I'm doing it, man. I'm doing it. I'm long. I'm gonna risk $1 on this. I'm long on it. Let's see. This will be a quick scalp. I get up to 358. I'm very happy. Just doesn't make sense. Again, this is not in my trade book. I don't trade this, so don't follow this one, please, because there's not a detailed trade book on what I'm doing right now. But let's see.
Yeah. We'll see. See what it does here. You got to bounce. You're up $1.
Yeah,
from when
up
you said
$1
you're
here.
entering. Let's see.
See again.
See if it can hold.
It'll be interesting. It's got to hold here.
Bounce back on NVIDIA as well here. I should have taken that NVIDIA short, but
Gotta make a new high now.
Okay.
Struggling.
Bounce back up to VWAP on NVIDIA. Watching that. Broadcom, little jumpy here. Airlines, a little choppy.
Let's see, guys. 357. Come on, give us 2 hours on this scalp. Will be nice, actually. I never traded this early in a very long time. This is very early for me here, man. This is not normal. You know what? We are looking really good here. Okay, yeah, let's take a partial here. This is good. For what we are doing, this is really good. This is really good. So partial there.
All right. Carlos is getting aggressive.
Yeah, this is very aggressive actually. I'm gonna take another partial here just in case. And again, it was meant to be a quick scalp in and out. I'm not getting the squeeze I wanted to 358. Yeah, so I'm just gonna get all out
as quickly as you'd hoped.
Right.
Like what you'd be looking for is sort of like what NVIDIA did. Like NVIDIA popped back up against it pretty quickly.
Yeah, so I'm out of it, guys.
You don't. I would have just slapped a stop at break even and see what it would do. But
I should have done that.
That's how I trade. So
yeah, but that's what happens. Hey, I don't have a set plan for that scalp, and yeah, you're right. But I should have done that. I should have probably put it at break even, because it still has a chance. This one might stop me out.
Yeah.
But hey, it was sketchy. Yeah,
right?
yeah. We wanted to do it to happen quickly. We got $1 plus out of it. We're happy. Would have been nice to get 358, but not bad. All right, let's see it, man. Yeah, look at the weakness on Tesla, guys. Not rebounding as you said. This would have been this is kind of like what I'm expecting it to just kind of shoot up back to the VWAP and then go back down and do whatever it wants. Right. But NVIDIA did it.
Right.
Actually, and NVIDIA's got a nice engulfing on the 5-minute too. Look at the engulfing on the 5-minute. That looks nice. Let's see if it can hold above the VWAP. If I can match this up, yeah. If we can hold above the VWAP, could be interesting back to the high of the day. But it's failing right now. Actually, it's not doing our VWAP setup. So. Is that Brian? I did the Brian. Yeah, I did the Brian today.
You did a Brian?
I did the
Pull
Brian.
the Brian.
Yeah. Oh no, it's gonna make the move. That doesn't matter. It's not a trade, but looks that's what we wanted.
Yeah, but it would even if you'd put a stop at break even, it looks like that probably would have stopped you out on the wick.
Yeah, right here I would have been out for sure. Unless we came down to like a penny, this looks like it got me out here. Yeah, that would have got me out. Yeah.
So. Sometimes that stop at break even is, even that doesn't work really because your break even is not significant to the stock movement. It just happens to be where you entered. So
yeah, exactly. Yep. Good point.
Yeah. Anyways, one way or the other, Carlos, the fact that it hasn't moved yet says that, it's just a risk. It means it's a crapshoot at this point. It could pop or drop. And hey, the fact that you gave it a shot and you managed it tight, I personally feel like that's a pretty smart play. So
yeah. Well, we made a little bit on that. It's not bad. Who else can make such whatever amount this is in 8 minutes? Can't do that.
There you go.
Not even with the best job in the world, you cannot do that. So be happy. Not in 8 minutes. All right, let's see here. AVGO. Delta sideways. MU. Oxy at the VWAP. Yeah, I see it failing here now, though, guys, for a VWAP breakout. Right now, it's not looking too good. Apple, MBIS, giving some back this morning. Wow, look at AEHR. AHR, that is very nice.
That is, yeah, that's one we talked
Yeah.
about. I did not put on my list. Let me
I had it on a
make some
popcorn because it
space
is a low
here.
float. It is a low float. Peter just remind you it's like 27 million, I think it was. So be
Yeah.
careful. But fun to watch. Yeah, 27 million shares float on this one.
Oh yeah, it's popping higher though. So yeah, they were a pretty
NVDA.
small company. They had good earnings. And
Well, at
that
least they have
contract
news.
deal, NVIDIA. Wow, look,
You know?
NVIDIA drop here. 5-minute turned really weak. New low of day.
Yeah.
And we're back down here. So Tesla, Carlos, it looks like you made the right call on Tesla. It's
Yep.
you know, not didn't end up going higher, so it's not like you'd have to say, oh geez, you know, like I missed
Yeah,
the big pop.
right. Didn't hit 359. That would have sucked. 'Cause that would have made our day. We just could go back to sleep. Actually, I'm not sleepy. I'm actually pretty awake. So that's a lie. I would have gone something else.
I'm actually pretty awake.
Actually, pretty awake. Oh man. Let's see. Oxy. Yeah, I see, guys. Oxy. Yeah, it looks like it want. I mean, it's got the pattern here. It did go a little bit lower compared to what we like, but yeah, the risk reward on this looks great. And it doesn't move a lot, so you could literally like risk 27, maybe 30 cents to try to get 60. Probably the best you're gonna get quickly on this one. But it's all like market driven on this thing, right? So yeah, we got our pattern, but it's so market driven that SPY's dropping though. It continues to drop. Does
No,
not necessarily
it's not
means that Oxy has to go up, but that's the news lately, right? Yeah, it's gonna go. Looks good. AVGO lost the VWAP pretty nicely here. Nice drop. Delta dropping as well. Giving a lot of stocks are up, giving some back this morning. Still heavily in the green. Like MU still up 8%, Delta 9%, AVGO 4%, and Tesla 2.5. Just kind of halted a little bit here. Sideways. Not seeing anything yet, guys. INTC's been more in play lately. I'm not a big fan of the way it moves. Their price actually reminds me a little bit of like New York Stock Exchange price action. So I'm not a big fan, but again, they do very well. Lately, they've been doing pretty well as far as intraday actions and the way they've been moving. Oxy went. Yeah, I thought about it. I had a hard thought about getting long on this when I didn't. You'd have been up 1R right now, maybe. A little less than that.
Yeah, the NVIDIA was a good short. Again, I missed it off the open. I didn't really trust it on that bounce. It had sort of a funny way it went through the VWAP so aggressively and then dropped so aggressively. So that's that just didn't give me. Maybe I'm a little slow here at my
Yeah.
first time back at the desk, but yeah, I didn't really see that as an entry I could take advantage of. I did agree with you on that Tesla bounce. It did seem like overdone, but it's holding this low. So
Yeah.
whatever some sellers thought, there's nobody stepping in behind it to buy, which is rare because normally there's Tesla buyers, especially at the open, stepping in to help this thing.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that they're Tesla's losing a lot of confidence on their buyers. Even John is like, he said he's in long term, obviously, and he says he's taking some profits out. But he was mentioning yesterday to all of us here, it gets to 320, he's taking the rest off for a profit, right? So he's like, it gets to 320, he's out of it. And look, I mean, it's just steady down, no matter what the market does. Sideways pops up. It has been steady down all of 2026. Every move is lower
Right.
and lower and lower. And again, we'll see, man. It's not doing too well at the moment for Tesla. Well, you guys are mentioning Meta. Let's take a look. Yeah, same thing we're seeing everywhere else, right? Meta also down, AVGO down, Delta, MU, Oxy. Oxy. This would have worked pretty nice. Yeah. I fumbled that one because that was a good. It looked horrible when it started coming down here. When this candle opened up and it went red, it was failing, but it came back and recovered nicely, and this looks very good. I wasn't sure based on the type of stock that it is, given the news, but it is rocking. Look at that, 58. That's a good move now. That's a really nice move. If you guys took that trade, VWAP breakout, great job. And hopefully you're putting some money in your pocket. Let's see if it hits 58, 57.97. See if it gets up there. Terrible open. I won't say it's a terrible open. We've seen worse. Yeah. we've seen
True.
we've seen
mean,
pretty bad ones. I think it was it was yeah, I don't think it was terrible. Yeah. Go ahead, Peter.
No. I was gonna say, just saying that we've seen worse doesn't make this one good necessarily, but it's
Yeah.
as you said, it's not the worst we've seen by far.
Yeah. I personally don't think it's terrible. I just think moves happen. Your setup is not here yet because we've seen really bad ones in the last 2 weeks. That's terrible. But look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA was great. We just didn't react quick enough on the short here, as Peter mentioned. But that was a good one. So let's see. Now, if things continue to go sideways here, like MU has a terrible open today. We've seen much better. This is terrible for them today. Yes. Delta's not great. AVG also depends on what you're looking at, right? What you're looking at could be even worse than what I have here. Tesla right now, not great, right? And Oxy's crushing it. So yeah, I see what you're looking at. There's a couple of things are showing pretty choppy opens right now. But again, we're only 16, 17 minutes to the market open. So we got plenty of time to go here. That's a great question. Since you just need to increase your risk when you are profitable, does it mean that all day traders are very rich? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's not that simple. You would think, right? Just push a lever and instead of, taking 250 shares, let me just take 2,500 shares. Doesn't work that way. Unfortunately, does not work that way. The psychological piece of it is not the way it works, especially when you start losing. It's very different when you're losing 250, right?
Yeah.
When you're losing 250, it's very different feel when you start losing 2,500. I gotta tell you that. Very different. I've done both. This doesn't feel good at all, right? So yeah, this will mess you up. If you're not ready for this, you take two red trades, you're down 5,000. Yeah, I don't know about that. So the way my math work, I'm okay with losing a couple of 250s. I'm not okay with this, right? So it's a process. It's a process, right? Growing an account to that point and making that much while taking out money out monthly, weekly, whatever you're doing is not easy. That is not easy. So. But yes. All right, Tesla guys are going up to VWAP here, 358, 357.89 is where the VWAP is at for me. Let's see what it wants to do, if we're turning things around, or is that going to be weakness? I don't like to scare people, AFRAS, but yeah, 3 years, man, 3 years. I know people don't want to hear that, especially if you're starting out.
But that's the reality, right? So, and we have to face that reality.
Yeah,
so.
and I think is easier now. It's much easier now. I think there's a lot more tools, more ways to get around things. Oh, did you guys see? Abu sent a nice email to us. He's breaking down the PDT rule. So PDT, I think April 14th is when the FINRA is going to make a decision whether they move forward, approve, disapprove, or they need more time to basically review the PDT change to 2,500, right, from 25,000, which is one of the biggest change big change the market has seen like in decades, right? So that's it's gonna be interesting.
And that's big if you're a
change.
U.S. trader. Like I trade out of
Yeah.
Canada, so it doesn't affect me because we follow a different set of trading rules. But yeah, I can already.
What's the
trade
limit over
thing.
there? Is there any limit at all? Or
I think it's $2,000. So it's
okay,
already it's already pretty
that's pretty low.
open.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. And that gives you, so let's say if you have I don't know, 10,000, you get times 4 too, or times 2. What's the I guess that would depend on the broker. I guess that depend more on the broker, right? Not a restriction. So
let's see. Buying power is I think it's 3 times. So it's 3 times overnight buying power. It looks like 1.5.
okay.
So that's the way they do it. So that's
Gotcha.
Well, I mean, we haven't the moves haven't been big, but I'm not surprised, right, that you think on this type of day with that overnight news about the ceasefire, there's a market exhaustion happening too, right? Because how many times have we heard from this administration that there's a ceasefire or there's a deal happening or there's talks or something, and then it doesn't happen, right? So I think the market might be waiting just to see, how long this holds. And in fairness, in this one, right, it was clearly stated that this is contingent upon reopening the strait. And if the Strait of Hormuz does not reopen, then the ceasefire is off. So there wasn't any statement as to how long Iran has to comply with that and what a reopening would look like. I mean, you would presume a reopening means safe passage for all ships, but there's also talk that like Iran may reopen it with their fee. They were charging a fee. Apparently one ship got through and they paid a $2 million tip. You want to call it a tip? I don't know. There you go. Maybe they had to pay a tip. It's like paying the security guy a tip, but it was one of those massive ships that carries something like 2 million barrels. So they basically paid $1 a barrel to get through. And by the way, by international law, that's illegal. You can't charge people for passing through international waters, which the Strait of Hormuz technically is considered international waters. However, I don't know that Iran cares about international law at this point. So
definitely not.
they
international
maybe,
what?
Well, exactly, because I mean, when you're busy attacking all your neighbors, I don't think you're really scared about that.
There's
so
no border lines.
Right. So I mean, it's one of those where, as expensive as that may be, ship, if they're like, look, if you're going to let me pass and not send a missile at my ship, then I'll pay your $2 million fee, right, just to get through. So they may consider that reopening the strait, which I would imagine, almost everyone else would say, well, that's not really reopening it. That's an extortion rate. But, I will have to see. We'll have to see what happens. So I only ever heard of one ship that paid it. There may be more. Tell me
if it's $1 a barrel, you're paying it. $1 a barrel.
It was a flat fee because, you could have a smaller ship and then it's, ends up being more per barrel.
Yeah.
Right. So, but anyways.
Yep. Agreed.
Yeah.
I don't need gas, but I'll be going to the gas station today. I'm saying, hey, did you see the headline? This should be down back at $2.99. Should be back down $2.99. Yeah. Do you need gas? No, I'm full, actually. Problems. Oh, man. Yes. The greedy folks at the top. Oh, so it comes down to money. That's it, man. Everything comes down to money.
It always does. It always does.
All right, Tesla rejecting. I mean, Tesla's not rejecting. It's pretty much everything heading lower, and I do not see anything, guys, where I could join this party. Apple doing his own
I haven't
thing.
Found it. NBIS really dropped right off the open. Yeah. It's down towards the low of day here. It's been dropping a lot.
What do these guys do again? I know they're with Meta and Google, but man, they're like inverse of oil. What do these guys do again? Like they really are. Like if you look at, if we've been watching it closely because the moves are crazy on this thing. But whatever oil does, like it's like the inverse almost. They're a tech company clearly, but
Well, and it could be this could be the Kramer effect here because Kramer actually
okay.
declared them the company of the future. And we know that whenever Kramer recently has like endorsed something, it's dropped. And when he said they're dead, they pop up. So, but Nebius here, this is like an AI cloud services company. So they are,
Oh.
so yeah. So they're providing services against all people's AI clouds. There's like so many companies out there.
Yeah.
Providing cloud related AI services. But they also do a bunch of other stuff, it looks like. I'm not really familiar with them. Agentic human validation. They do retrieval augmented generation. I don't even know what that means. Anyways. What else I was gonna say? PLTR, Carlos, also has dropped its red actually today.
PLTR. That one's been a while we haven't looked at. Wow, yeah, PLTR is nice here. Look at that. All right, if your thought was short on a lot of these tickers today, you're doing very well. Because for the most part, a lot of stuff is heading lower. Yeah, I don't see anything I could join here, guys. A lot of stuff is either too far from the VWAP. We're clearly almost past any 5-minute RB. I don't see anything like that now. And we'll just sit and wait. In the meantime, let me know what you guys are looking at today. Oh, Netflix, they have earnings coming up too. When is it? Look at P Capital.
I thought they just had earnings.
Did they just have earnings? I thought they were coming up.
Oh no. Well, let's see. You could be right. You're right. Next Thursday, the 16th.
Yeah. So that should be interesting. I know they had their price. I mean, they had a price change, right? So that I know that took place a couple of days ago, or a week or two. So
look at that. Okay, so yeah, Thursday, April 16th after the close is when Netflix has their earnings.
Allison's so expensive now. Yeah, it depends on the package you have, right? But again, I think some people just, me and you know the price went up because we're here watching the news. So many people are not going to know their bill's $1 higher if they have the basic package. They're just they're not even going to flinch, right? So, good way to increase. I got to cancel my Peacock. I still have that thing. I don't watch it. I signed up for the Super Bowl, and again, they got me, right? I signed up to watch the Super Bowl, and I still have it. We're in April.
Yep. That's what they count on.
Thing. That's what they count on,
Carlos.
Yeah.
You just forget to cancel it.
Ooh. Millions and millions of people getting charged. I think it's like $5.99 or something low. Adds up. Keep it for the next Super Bowl. Yeah, and watch them move the Super Bowl somewhere else.
Watch they would love that.
To like Prime.
They would love that if you just keep paying.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they would definitely love that, and not streaming and tying up their bandwidth. I should turn it on and just watch TV all day. Just have it playing TV. At least get my $5 worth.
just for the sake of it. Yeah, I want to get my money worth.
Steal your bandwidth probably costs you more than what I'm paying. So.
Yeah, the probably the thing is you're going to be watching all sorts of weird shows, and it's going to think that's what you like, and then it's going to start feeding you all this stuff that you really don't want to see.
Yeah. Is it possible to have your YouTube page showing you guys? Hard to find you guys. I am missing something. Really? Bearbitrage shouldn't be that hard to find. You subscribe. Make sure you subscribe too, so you get alerted when we go live. But yeah, no, we're here. Yeah. Every day.
Here we are every day.
Yeah. Um, oh, oh, look at that. Brian had a great short on Tesla, 356.50. Nice. That's a good short. Oh, he means our own YouTube page. I'm good, man. I'm good. We're managing so much stuff right now. I'm not adding anything else. I barely keep up with my Instagram, and I like doing videos. I really do, but no. After I'm done with this show at 12 o'clock, I am like beat. It's like I'm done. I'm beat.
Yeah.
So I am not managing my own
it's a lot of work in
YouTube.
the morning.
It's a lot. No, not doing that.
Yeah.
I would love to. I would love to. I love videos. But if I'm gonna make a video, I just put it here for you guys, right? You only got to come to one place instead of having different places. But no, it's I rather invest the time making this channel better, being here with you guys, adding more things. I wanna go live more during the day, right? During the day, like when big things are happening, like the Trump live speech on Monday, right? We could have gone live for that and just kind of see the market reaction. Like that stuff, I think is more the stuff that we can add here.
Yeah. AEHR still moving higher. It had gone sideways
Really?
for a few minutes. It's now at high of day.
Oh, wow. Who's long this thing, guys? Who's long in chat? Who is long?
Looks like we were right in general, Carlos, with the airlines that it might have been overdone here. The pop up Delta and American Delta, especially moving down.
Yeah.
Here, so good move lower, but
Yeah. I mean, this is 1/3 of their cost. Even increasing bags is not going to recoup the amount that they spend on oil and stuff, right? So hard to believe that they can hold this pop here. Oh, Alice, I see what you're saying. Okay, you're saying, yeah. That happens. YouTube is a little funny with that. Little funny with that. Let's see. See, it comes up for me. But just make sure you follow the channel. If you follow the channel, it should come up on the side that, hey, you're live on these channels that you follow are live. Should be easy to find. But yeah, that's YouTube, right? YouTube will decide what they want to show you first. Even if we're live, what they're gonna do is, hey, you've been watching Pokemon videos. My son is into Pokemon hard now. He's so into it. You've been watching Pokemon videos for the last 3 days. Am I going to show you a trading video or more Pokemon? I know you're going to last 3 more days watching. They're going to put the Pokemon ahead of BBT for sure. Right? So that's going to happen. So
PLTR is really dropping here this morning. It's
yeah, PLTR is taking a beating. It's taking a beating into the red.
Rough ride today.
Yep.
It was up. It started the day up $6. Yeah, and now it's down by 3. So this is like a 6% swing on PLTR. It was $4 or 4% to the green. Now it's 2% to the red. So yeah, that's interesting.
Oh boy. Yes, that's getting crushed, man. Wow. NBIS starting to bounce a little bit now. So no one that was getting slapped around a little bit, but starting to bounce now. This was moving more with the overall market, right? Look at the SPY and NBIS and the same thing. They're kind of moving together here for the most part. NVIDIA still going lower, not turning around as SPY is turning around. So this is still dropping. Wow, Brian with the big win today on Tesla. He's short at 356.50, and this thing is continuous drop. So he got short in this area here, looks like. Yeah, right in here. And he is still short, looks like. So very nice. Great drop there. Nice, Mike. Mike, my Google Trade was a trading plan I developed in Bootcamp along with our traders. The Bootcamp, I'm going to work on developing future strategy along with our traders. Nice, nice, nice. Did you take a trade today? On Google. If you did, send me a screenshot if you can. I'll bring it up here. Yeah, a lot of good stuff happening on Bootcamp, and I have a 13-week series webinar that we do on Bootcamp live. About the 5-minute ORB, and for this year, I'm going to make it even better. I'm going to improve it, add some more stuff to it. So if you're interested in the 5-minute ORB, you got access to that webinar, and you come in and we answer questions, a whole bunch of stuff here. So Mike took it from 319. Very nice. All right, here it is. Mike just text me. See what we got here coming up for Mike. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go.
All right. Where are we going to go on things?
There it is. Here's Mike's trade. Beautiful. Beautiful. Short, partial. He's still in it. Didn't add here. Mike, I don't think you add. You're not a big adder, right? You don't add as much. Kind of similar to me and Peter. But here, another partial there, and he's still in it. I could see that he might have like a limit order maybe down there waiting to get filled. But man, awesome stuff. Great trade. This is beautiful. So amazing, man. Great stuff. Michael Finale, the other Michael 4343. No, I was mentioning that for Bootcamp, we do a 13-week, every week, we have a 5-minute ORB webinar, detailed stuff, breaking the entire 5-minute strategy for our Bootcamp viewers, right? And we do it on Google Meetings. So it's great because on Google Meetings, you see me, we get to talk to each other, usually a smaller group. So it's nicer because then we get that more individual time. And it's basically the entire breakdown from the psychology of the 5-minute ORB to, different market conditions, everything you could possibly think of in a lot of detail. And then you can ask questions, right? Like it'll be 45 minutes of presentation, maybe 30, and then the rest we can ask questions and have a dialogue back and forth, which is one of the strongest part of the bootcamp is that dialogue. Because you can get webinars anywhere. But to have that back and forth, I think that's powerful. I think that's really, really powerful. And Peter's part of it, so he knows. We had added Jared now to the bootcamp as well. So it's a lot of fun. I do gotta say though, when it ends, I kind of miss it. Like I guess I was like, I got nothing to do. Tuesday was my day. Like Tuesday 1 o'clock came. I'm like, where's my guys? Where's my peoples? They're gone and trading and doing their thing. So kind of miss hanging out with those guys Tuesday at 1 p.m. So looking forward to the next one. All right. Maybe reversals coming up for some of these trades that have expanded. Apple's doing his own thing here.
It's funny. I was just looking at Apple. Yeah, Apple's heading back here to where it was right before the open.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Apple is good. So friends, no trades for me yet. Just the very early on scalp on Tesla. We went long here after this thing dropped a bit. It seems a little aggressive. And we got long, we're trying to get 357, 358. We did it, but we still got a pretty good chunk out of this, like $1 for the most part. So not bad for the type of play that it was. A quick scalp on the overreaction. NVIDIA, on the other hand, did have a really nice pullback, right? We were expecting this on Tesla. We didn't get it. And since then, we haven't seen anything. Peter, I'm not sure if you're taking any trades today. You still zero trades for you?
No, I have not.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I do feel, there's only one that I would say that I felt I missed. Because like the Tesla one you looked at was a good, I agreed with you that it was overdone, but like you said, it wasn't a trade book trade. So I don't feel I missed that one. But NVIDIA right off the open, there was a short in there that I could have taken. And I feel like that was a missed opportunity. But other than that, it's been not a lot has set up. So for me.
Yep.
Well, look at that PLTR. My God, it's still
Friends,
going.
we are, but it's a lot of it now, Peter. If you look at overall, look at NVIDIA
Yeah.
lower. The only thing heading higher is AEHR. It's the only thing that's pushing higher, friends. But a lot of the stocks and Apple are heading south. Tesla, AVGO, Delta, MU. But yeah, you're right. PLTR and Tesla seem very aggressive on their down moves here lately. INTC, I see you guys calling that out. What do we have here? Oh, yeah, INTC has other plans as it heads northeast here. So, awesome. MBIS is up. Well, they're green, but they did have a nice little drop here earlier. A little bit of a pullback. Let's see what it does there. So, what do we have? BYD pursuing growth in a market dominated by Porsche, BMW, AGM, Mercedes-Benz Group AG. Oh, they're coming after the luxury vehicles. Good luck. Good luck with that.
BYD?
BYD, yeah.
BYD. Well, you know, it's funny. When I was, I thought BYD was just an electric car company, but I think they used to produce a lot more just traditional ICE cars, because it's tough to tell. Anyways, when I was in Egypt, there was like all of the Chinese car brands all over the place. It's amazing. Car, they had cars that spanned 5 decades on the roads, 6 decades. I don't know. Like there were cars, there were like Ladas from like the 1990s, 1980s still on the road. I was like, I am impressed that this Lada is still driving around here. And then there was a bunch of brand new all electric cars. So yeah, it was really quite a mix. But I didn't realize that I thought they were just an electric car company, but it looks like, based on what I saw on the road anyways, there's a bunch of BYD cars that looked like Toyota Corollas, like older model Toyota Corollas, and they definitely were not electric. But I'm trying to figure out if, it's tough because people were putting badges. Some cars had badges that clearly didn't belong to the car, so. But,
yeah.
let's see. Let's see their history here. Yeah, they don't really have a history on their website.
All right, friends, so far, nothing for us. Guys, make sure you hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. It does help us out a ton. So really appreciate you guys, all the support there. We are sitting at the moment at 238 likes. We'd love to be closer to 400. And of course, you got to give Peter a thumbs up for coming back. All right, so thumbs up for Peter for joining back here,
for
having
coming
safe
back,
travels, coming back. He didn't have to come back. He came back.
Yeah.
Like that's not sort of a thumbs up. You're gonna be like, what? I like waking up a little bit later.
Forever.
I like waking up a little bit later. I don't know about this pre-market show.
Traders.
So yeah,
we had one of our traders that went directly from their 2 weeks in Egypt to a trip in Italy. I was thinking, man, that's like
that's nice.
That's pro level traveling. You just go from Egypt to Italy and you just keep traveling. It's one of those, even I love to travel, but sometimes you're like, I'd like to get home. Like you realize how
I'm a homebody. I am a homebody too. Yeah.
Traveling could be, it's stressful in ways you don't even acknowledge, right? That you're always having to worry about, how do I get from here to there? How do I figure it out? Especially when you don't know the language I realized when I landed back in Canada, I'm like, okay, like I get how everything works. It's easier because it's familiar to me. But I can imagine if you're coming from somewhere else and you come to Canada, it could be bewildering, right? Because we do a lot of stuff that probably doesn't make sense. But I'm just like, obviously I've been here my whole life, so it feels completely
home is home, man. Home is home, no matter
where
you can stay in the best places in the world, and home is home. So, yep.
Yeah.
100%.
All right, AEHR looks like it finally hit a top here and might be finishing that that move.
Randy, yes. Yes, I am. And we have tons of videos on how to set that up. We got a great tax company that we found that works with BBT. So we have videos, they have videos on them, but we can't give you tax advice, right? Obviously. Get with somebody that can look at your situation, let you know, hey, this is best for you, this is not best for you. Because it's a lot. Tax is a weird thing, man. You need like a PhD to understand taxes. It's just, it's like, why is it so difficult? This should not be so difficult. You should not need a PhD to understand how taxes work, how to file this, but you do. At least it feels like that for me. But yeah, get with a pro, man, because they're up to date. And it changes every year. Like when you think you got it, something changed this year that affects this with your wife and your kids. We're like, okay. You know, it's just, I'm not dealing with this. I tried at one point to do the TurboTax thing, like, you know what? I'm going to save my $250, $300. I'm going to do it myself. Yeah, right. I probably lost money those 2 years that I did it myself. So, yeah, just get a pro to do it.
Yeah, never underestimate the value of a good tax professional, right? Because it's sometimes I think we do, you know, like, I don't want to pay for it or it's not worth it. But I mean, and there's like any profession, there's good ones and bad ones. But if you find a good one who knows how to, you know, protect your interests, they're worth the money.
Yeah. If they're, you can tell, like if they take a long time and they're worth going, like, let me search this, let me search that, and they're asking questions, like my tax guy asks questions, and it's kind of like, you know, it's time consuming, but I know he's going line by line, right? I had other people before where you just say, hey, just give me your name and number, okay, here it is, and just done. I'm like, hey, you did this in an hour? You sure you got everything? You know, so it's pay the money for the pros, man. It is so worth it, and I see the difference. Now, when I was single, myself, no kids, TurboTax that thing. Yeah, TurboTax is no problem. Once you start owning house, owning this, owning that, having kids, then it gets a little more complicated, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I got to a situation, I used a professional for years. I mean, I used to work for an accounting firm, I guess, for a period of time. But working with them, I got all the advice, and then my tax situation stabilized. And I'm able to do it myself. But as soon as anything changes, you bet I'm going back to a pro, because I need
that makes sense.
I need their advice to say, all right, now what do I do, right?
Yeah. So. Yep. Good point.
And as is stated in here, as Joel's saying, if you have one, they'll cover you if you get audited. That help is always good, right? Having them explain why they did what they did, and it indemnifies you from the decisions a little bit too.
Yep, absolutely. See, Randy, that's good. I've never been audited, but I'm glad you said that. So there was a year that you only traded. This is good for everyone here, guys, especially as you start getting more traders. Like if this PDT rule comes down to $2,000, $2,500 here in the US, right? The PDT restriction, there's going to be so many new traders, you know, just trading back and forth. I mean, it's just the amount of retail traders is going to increase drastically. But you said you only had 650 trades, and I was audited. Consider a non-trader but investor crazy rule. See, only 650 trades for a whole year. That's nothing. That's not a lot. So it just tells you that, you know, if you're trading small, you can still get knocked on the door, right? So good to have that professional be able to take care of that, and not yourself. So very important. Very important. Yeah, so all the stores coming in here. Yeah, just get the pro to do it. Get the pros to handle that. They'll do it right, and if something goes wrong, they'll take care of it and resubmit their changes and whatever they need to do. What do we have here? Nothing for me yet, guys. I'm really, wow, Tesla's gonna make a new low. It is new low here, 350.63. Let's see if we can get down to 350. How's Google doing for you, Mike? Mike is short. Google. We'll live through Mike. Ah, you're getting a nasty pullback now, but you're still good. Your entry's like over here in the clouds, so you're
Yeah,
good.
yeah, yeah. He's doing pretty good.
Oh,
So you don't have to
did
worry
you
about that
get? Wait, I don't think he got his 315 fill. Mike, you didn't get your 315 fill because I think it came down. You were mentioning it came down to like
right? Oh no.
315.02.
Oh.
So hopefully you did settle for some of this here. But yeah, he had an order at 315.01 or something, and it came down to like a penny, literally, and he went the other way. So let's see what happens here. NVIDIA down, PLTR trying to recover here now. AHR slowing
A
down.
damn penny.
That's crazy. Oh
Sometimes
man,
that's the way it goes.
that happened to me on American Airlines. 12 pennies, or 9 pennies on American Airlines for a longer term play. So it happens.
Wow, Tesla.
Crazy. Lower, right?
Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla's
Oh, yeah.
struggling, man. Wow.
It's under 350 now.
What a short. What a short. AMD approaching VWAP. Is it a good approach or is yeah, it's a good one actually. Yeah, it is coming towards the VWAP there. I have not traded AMD in a while. Let's see if we can get anything done here. Delta MU. Just going through my list, friends. See if there's anything that looks interesting. That's Tesla. Every time I look over, it's down another 50 cents.
Yeah.
It's just.
It's sort of one of those. There's a couple of trades. Tesla's one of those trades that's like a shame you just didn't get the good entry because it was a very uncertain entry. But of course now it looks brilliant, right? Because of the movement. So it's so easy in hindsight to look at it and say, "Oh well, a clear short, right?" But it wasn't. It really wasn't. At the open, it dropped so quickly that Carlos, I think you were right in the assessment. It looked overdone, and long, and you wouldn't have got much more out of that. So it did a good job of managing that nice and tight, and then got out of the way when it's clear that it was not going to pop right back up. So I'm okay. I'm okay with sitting here so far today, not having traded. I said one regret miss for me on NVIDIA, but other than that, not a lot is set up for me. So.
And we're coming. I mean, it's only Wednesday, so we still got 2 more days to go. It's been a great start to this week, guys. You've seen the trades we've been able to catch here. We had some really good trades so far. So no pressure to try to make this another home run today. We got a quick move here on Tesla. It's a green day. We're happy. In 8 minutes, can beat that. And if we don't get anything for the rest of the day, I'm good, and we'll come back tomorrow. We'll come back tomorrow and see what else is in it for us. But still early. Let's see if we can get something rallying. Here, some reversals maybe could be in play. But I think the SPY is kind of getting, and you see it now with the SPY, right? It did a little shuffle at the beginning of the day. Now it's getting into a little bit of a choppy situation, especially in the last after 10 o'clock. Really narrow, choppy range, and a lot of these tickers, that's what they're trading on. They're trading on this guy here, the SPY and the overall market sentiment at the moment. So that's what you're getting. But yeah, let's see what comes out. Oh, that's not good. Saudi Arabia's crucial east to west oil pipeline hit by drone. Who's hitting that? They want to make it even more difficult. That's got to be old, though. I don't think that's a new headline. AMD looks promising. Yeah, right. AMD was the one heading towards the VWAP. Let me put it on my list here so we can keep looking at it. AMD looks like Andrew Friend's new update there. He is long NVIDIA on the reversal. Come on, Ken. Where's AMD? Here we go. AMD. Oh yeah, AMD actually is looking good, guys. That's a picture perfect VWAP breakout. Breakout pullback right to the VWAP. Here's the confirmation candle. Where's the SPY up to? It's just choppy, so it looks like AMD's doing his own thing here. Hmm. Let's see what it does here. It's one of those trades that you shouldn't think like this, but it's one of those trades where, hey, I'm slightly green for the day. If I take this trade and I give it 1 hour, it's going to bring it back to break even, right? Because we didn't make that much in Tesla. So we'll give the 1 hour back that we're up. It's like, do we really want to risk that?
I was busy talking to myself, Carlos.
Oh, sorry
about that. I was on. I was on mute. I put myself. I forgot it. I thought I took myself off mute. I was busy talking away there.
Yeah, I was looking at the camera, so I would have told you that we were on mute, but I didn't notice. But yeah, go ahead, man. What we missed?
Well, I was saying that NVIDIA made a good double bottom. Andrew actually went long here, but it's such a shallow double bottom. It's not what I would normally trade, and there wasn't the volume signature that I normally look for. So I see NVIDIA, but it didn't quite signal for me to get into. PLTR was actually a better sort of bottom that I like to look for my reversal trades, and it's the right time of the day. The only problem is PLTR actually went lower on the retest and set a new low of day. So that broke my rule. So I was watching both of these, looking to see if I can get a trade opportunity, and it doesn't quite. Again, neither one quite set up for me. So, still sitting with no trades here at 10:30, an hour into this market. Maybe Tesla will give me a chance here when it slowed down a little bit, but it's just weak, isn't it?
It's weak, man. Yeah, Tesla's really weak, man. I'll be very careful on a reversal here because look at that. We're about to go red if we keep going like this. Like we're giving back all the wins.
You got to keep in mind it's still green though, despite this big move down. I mean, it was up
barely
pretty
though,
significantly.
man.
Barely, but still, it is green. So,
yeah, true. Or it could be a great spot where a lot of support might come in and push it higher momentarily. So yeah, still some opportunities. There's always opportunities for this reverse here, but I just think, man, Tesla is just very weak.
At the moment, it certainly is.
At the moment, yeah. Let's see what it does at the VWAP at the previous day close. Excuse me, if it gets there. We're also getting to a level here. This is, if I look at the daily. Boom, boom, boom. This is the low from. Oh, what is this?
Tesla?
Oh, sorry. The high from yesterday. We're getting close to that. The high from yesterday, then previous day close right under that. And that also, you can see it's been great support in the past. Like 2 days ago, that was the support, right? It came all the way down to that previous day close line, which is also the low from the last 2 trading days right on there. And it bounced from that, right? At the previous day close. So I think an important area that we're coming into on Tesla really is here and the previous day close between here. See what it does.
I think you're right. If it breaks through this the high, yesterday's high, I think it could go. It's probably going to go red, but we'll see what it does. It's holding right there, right now. That high.
Yeah, I would expect buyers to come in here, man, if they want to hold this. If not, it's highway to hell. You don't come in here. Oof. That's not looking good.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's holding. That level 2 is pretty balanced, or the Atlas. I'm not seeing a lot of differentiation here, so that's you'd want to see a lot more buy side orders getting pumped in here, and I'm not seeing that happen. So, wow, this is
Morgan Stanley debuts Bitcoin ETF as prices are at its lowest. Okay. They still believe there could be some future here on Bitcoin. I'm just reading whatever headlines I see here on Bloomberg. Some stuff comes up. It looks interesting, so I'll just call it out. But I don't have a lot of details, just a headline. Oxy, AMD failed. It looked good though. Like I would have. I don't think if I didn't have a trade, I probably would have taken this because it did look good, guys. So I was very close to taking it, but I'll be honest. I'm looking at the screen. I'm up green. Do I want to risk more and give it back? Probably not. Tesla's the most interesting thing. I keep coming back to Tesla. Every time I move away to look at other things, I keep coming back to Tesla. MUF, VWAP, yeah, rejected here though. Rejected pretty bad. Let's see if it comes back up to VWAP. But right there, rejected pretty bad at the moment. If you did take AMD long, if you did take a long and got stopped out, that's still a great trade in my opinion. Even if you got stopped out here, I think that was a great trade. The setup was perfect. The patterns is great. It just sucks when this guy wasn't doing anything, right? The minute you go long on AMD, it just starts to move down. That doesn't help you. And that's exactly what happened there. So there's nothing wrong with your strategy. Don't go changing everything up and saying this strategy sucks. Nothing wrong with it. It's just the SPY, is manipulating the situation here. But AMD's back up off the VWAP. Let's see if it can do it now. And the market still, big drop there. Big slide on the market. Oh, man. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Look at that. Yeah, this market is spicy. SPY says no. Byron, exactly. SPY says no. And that's what it
SPY
is.
says
Yeah,
no.
that's exactly what's happening here. Yeah.
Rejected.
Yeah. Let's see the slingshot move, right? The down and the huge app up with some volume. Let's see what happens. Doesn't look like it.
So, Carlos, at just about half an hour ago,
Yeah.
Iran apparently.
Who?
We were talking about this. So, Iran says that
Oh.
now they're going to require shipping companies to pay transit tolls in Bitcoin for vessels passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, we talked about this. And so apparently during the ceasefire, Iran's going to let tankers through, but they've got to pay them a passage fee
In Bitcoin.
a transit toll in Bitcoin. Yeah, apparently.
Is Bitcoin going up? How is Mara doing? Where's our Bitcoin place? Oh boy, CSK. In digital coins. Who would have thought?
The tariff is $1 per barrel of oil, adding that empty tankers can pass freely. So I guess it looks like they say they're gonna levy it on tankers. They also reserve the right to search tankers to make sure they're not passing any weapons as they go through. That's
Oh my god, please. Seriously?
So,
weapons? Leaving the like they care so much about weapons.
or coming back in, right? Because I mean, if the tankers are going out, then
coming back in makes sense. I don't want other countries there getting strong. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm always thinking leaving, right? Leaving, who cares, right? Well, they care, but coming back in, I could see that. Yeah, I could see that being a problem for them.
Well, so if you're trading crypto and Bitcoin, this could give a bump to Bitcoin prices, right? Knowing that they're specifically going to require a number, more trading in Bitcoin. Let's see, what are Bitcoin prices doing right now?
Yeah.
They're up a little bit. Not much. So there you go. So again, it'll be interesting to see what does the U.S. administration feel of that. Is that, does that meet the requirement of reopening the strait?
I think if the
And of
U.S.
course,
gets a cut, if they get a cut, I think it'll be okay. If they don't get a
yeah.
cut, then they're not gonna be happy.
I don't think that's what's going to be happening. I can't imagine them giving a cut. I mean, OPEC has
Yeah.
already sort of said that they don't agree with this because, of course, they don't get a cut.
Yeah.
So,
Look at this. International gas average is $4.60. Guys just had it up there. $460 for the average gas prices across the country.
what?
So
$4
gas prices. Yeah, $4.60.
$4.60 a gallon. Okay.
Yep. Just talking about it now. But it's kind of what we were talking about earlier, right? Look at the headline here. EV momentum slows across the industry. So even with this is not moving EVs clearly. We can see Tesla's not taking advantage of this. It's not moving people to just say, hey, I'm going to go buy an EV because I'm tired of this, right? That's not the case.
Yeah. Now, did you say I see $4.16 is the average price in the U.S. right now?
Oh, this guy had
Right.
460. 460 for some
that's
reason.
mid grade. According to AAA right now, the current average is $4.16.4.
Okay, so this probably could have been a different, not the basic. But yeah, we're at that's a 480 or 480 or something, some gas stations, yeah.
In India, gas prices are about in Egypt, gas prices are about a third of what I was seeing in Canada. So they were still relatively low. I don't know what they used to be, but I can tell you while I was there, they were 22 to 24 pounds, Egyptian pounds per liter. So that gave me a price of about 75 cents a liter, which is I don't know what that would be per gallon. Probably about $2.50 a gallon, something like that. $2 a gallon, maybe. Probably $2. Anyways.
NVIDIA, everything is just finding a new low here. NVIDIA lower, PLTR.
Tesla has stopped. It's just going flat here over the last few minutes. So maybe it'll prevent itself from going red, but I wouldn't bet on it going higher yet. And NVIDIA, like you said, going lower. Yeah, it's
This is a good area though, man. I like this because you got the previous day close down there, which connect as support. You got what we mentioned, the high from yesterday as well. This dotted red line might be hard to see. So maybe a little more. So again, I know we're below it, but still, it's an area, right? Like this entire area here could be interesting as far as a reversal if the buyers are gonna show up. And we gave all the gains back today, basically. Look at this drop here. So this could be an interesting area.
Oh, Intel's been up today. I'm just looking at Paris's trade in the chat room. He took Intel long. Look at that. Look at him. Paris is amazing sometimes. He's just killing it.
He's a great trader, man. He
really
is, man. I never seen anybody trade like that. He's a very unique style that I cannot see myself do. I don't have the patience. I don't have the skill to go in and out like the way he does, but he does it very, very well. And he manages to sell what he added, so he keeps his same average price. Like I see him do that a couple of times. So let's say he's in a piece. Let me use an example. Let's say he's in long here. He'll partial here. He'll add whatever he added here. Let's say 50 shares, and then he'll sell his 50 shares here, and then he keeps his average price, right? By doing that, if you sell the same amount, so it's awesome. It's a great way to trade. He's very, very good.
Yeah.
but his timing is really, really nice. Really nice.
Well, we'll see. Some of the news, Carlos, it's interesting to look at the news, how it's behind. Like, you know how sometimes you get these news outlets that they don't actively watch the markets, right? So I'm looking
Right.
at this
Right.
headline that came out at 10:38. It just came out a minute ago from Yahoo Finance that said Dow soars over 1,000 points. S&P and Nasdaq surge on news of 2-week U.S.-Iran ceasefire. Well, surge? Well, that was true pre-market.
Yeah.
If you just started watching at the market open,
We're
it's
going the
not
other way.
it's not surging, is it?
It's definitely not. There was
Yeah.
one surge,
Yeah.
which was last night. Where's the 5 minute here? Make it easier. Oh, we'll do the 5 minute. There it is. This is it.
Yeah.
One surge. This was the surge. We're not going anywhere. If anything, we're losing some of the surge power. We're heading lower. And although the SPY, relatively, look at the relative move on the SPY yesterday, right? Big move, clearly, right? We're up 2% still almost. But this weakness this morning has caused a lot of downturns, bigger downturns on a lot of the tickers. NVIDIA, right? Tesla is almost going red.
Yeah.
I think Tesla got its own problems, but that's almost going red. Like, it's given back the same amount or more of what the SPY has actually done. Right, the same amount they gained yesterday, or more than what the SPY has actually done this morning. So you're right. It doesn't feel like stuff is surging on a lot of these tickers. NVIDIA is going lower, 181. PLTR had a rough day today. Did reverse nicely here, so hopefully you guys took advantage of this one. Oh, what a nice V reversal, by the way. This is a very clean V reversal, friends. I wonder if someone like Eamon took something like that. He might have not had PLTR on his list, but we'll see him a little bit later, 11 a.m. He'll hop in here and tell us how things are going for him. Looking forward to see what kind of day he had. But man, clean. All red candles on the 5, all green until now. That might change here. Still about 3.5 minutes left for this candle, so still a lot of time. Yes, question. How can you see Paris trade live? You can see him in our chat room. That's where we keep, the premium tier traders. Don't get me wrong, me and Peter, we're good, we're great, but the premium stuff, the creme de la creme, is gonna be over in the chat room, bearwithtraders.com. So you head on over there, tell them Peter and Carlos sent you. Okay, let them know. We send you over there to see what's going on. So there he is. He's trading live right now. Let me show you this trade, guys. Let me show you this. Yeah, he's awesome. So here we go. There is long partial added. He didn't add here. There's no pullback, so he just took the whole thing up. It's not a lot of pullbacks, so no need to add. But the minute he sees the pullbacks and everything looks good, he's adding, parceling some more, partial here, and he might have added here, but his average is probably somewhere still down here somewhere, right on these ads. So he's got a room to be able to hold through this, but I'm sure here he's done very, very well. And he trades bigger size too. I've seen the size of Paris's trade. These are not $50 trades. I'll tell you that much. They're pretty decent size trade. So good for him. Yep. Good for him. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, Michael, he trades large size. I was sitting at the airport and he's like, "I'm taking this trade," and he's showing like, "I'm here, look at my position." I'm like, "Dude, how many shares you got in this thing?" Like, what are you doing? We're coming back. Yeah. Where we're coming back from? I think it was Vancouver. Vancouver, and we had some kind of meetup or something. But yeah, I'm like, dude, what are you doing? We're at the airport on Wi-Fi connection. Yeah. Oh boy. No, not not 100,000 like not Andrew shares, but enough enough to be good. Um, no fear. Yes, yes. Again, that's why I always tell people, don't worry about what other people are doing. It's like going to the gym for the first time and you're trying to figure out how much weight you can do. There's a guy over there, doing 50-pound curls with his pinky, right? But he's younger. He's been doing this for the last 10 years. He can afford to, get injured a little bit, and here you are a little bit older. Even if you are strong, you don't want to do that because the recovery time is different. Like, it's so individual. I always compare to that because if you go to the gym and you start looking around, comparing yourself to other people, you're going to fail. You don't know how they're eating. You don't know how long they've been doing this for. You don't know their strengths. Some people might look weak, but they're actually pretty strong, right? They're maybe strength training. I remember one time, my more ignorant me, I used to go to the gym younger, and which I was not that ignorant, but I was just curious. And I see this guy,
Right.
he is like cut up, like muscles, like very defined toned muscles, and he's
His
lifting.
muscles had muscles.
His muscles had muscles. His muscles had baby muscles. They called each other, "How you doing?" "I'm doing all right."
Yeah.
And he's lifting 15 pounds, and I'm just like, what the hell? I'm lifting more than him. Why is he doing 15 pounds? And then he came every morning, and then we eventually, became not friends, but gym buddies. So I will talk to him, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm a different stage of my life. I'm 55," and I'm just like, "You're 55." He looks so much younger. Now he's somebody that's taking care of himself, So he's like, for
Right.
me, it's all about recovery and not getting injured. And I'm just like, see, it's a whole different story. His goal is a little bit different, on what my goal was at that time, right? Anybody else's. So go in there and focus on yourself. Compare your success, your progress to yourself, right? Not to anybody else. Because no fear, Paris has no kids that we know of. That we know of. Who knows? But he might show up back to Thailand. It might be a whole different story. I don't know.
Yeah.
But he has no kids, so the risk tolerance is a little bit different when you start having kids and certain responsibilities. Everybody's different. So when you're looking at your size, look at your size. Look at your
Right.
size, right? And see, okay, this works for me. How much can I increase based on what I want to do? Do I feel comfortable with? Your risk tolerance is going to be different than my risk tolerance or Peter's risk tolerance, right? So
Right.
keep all that in mind when you're doing that. So when somebody says, "Oh, how many shares you took?" Doesn't matter how many shares I took. Let me show you how much I'm risking. I'm risking from here to here. Right? I'm risking this amount based on technicals. You put in there whatever number you want. Could be 25 shares, could be 250 shares, or it could be 2,100, 500. Right? So that's what really matters. The actual technicals and the strategy itself. Right? So yeah. I stick with 10-pound curls, Mike. Oh man. All right, as we're chatting away, friends, nothing from me. Things just keep on going lower. So NVIDIA here making a new low. Let's check on Tesla. Tesla's holding. Tesla's holding this support area here. Hasn't really pulled away from it, but it is holding this area as we expect. We kind of expected it to. And they give you a brief moment of a reversal here or a squeeze, but they didn't last long. Right back down for the most part. Let's see if it can pull higher. But this is not one of my trades, so I won't be taking that. AVGO lower as well.
Well,
PLTR,
Micron is just went below 400.
MU. Oh yeah, look at MU giving in a little bit. Let's see here. What else? What else? NVIDIA, in my opinion, I mean, it's trending lower. I don't see any signs of a reversal at the moment. It's just low right now. I just made a new low. Last couple of 5-minute candles has also been red. So I personally don't have a reversal trade here. I think you might get one at least back to the VWAP, right? But I'm not great at those reversal plays. But I would look for something solid like a mountain pass like Peter does, right? Make sure you got good solid confirmation that we are actually holding a level here and going the other way. So here's the first valley, I guess. Well, it's not a peak, it's a valley, right? Because we're going lower. So it's the first valley,
Yeah.
I guess. Let's see what the other looks like, and we'll go from there.
It,
But you know,
it's a shame for me. It's one of these days where I'm not sure that any of my patterns are going to work. Like if you look at Tesla, we were talking about Tesla,
yeah,
and it bottomed, and then it's gone a little bit higher. So there's a potential reversal long that was in there, but it
yeah,
just that's not a pattern. It's not a tradable
it's not
pattern, right? It
clean.
could move.
Hmm.
Yeah, so that it's making it tough for me where there's just nothing that's setting up nice and clean yet. Now it's still early. It's only 10:50, which puts us only an hour and 20 minutes into this market. So I could still get some great setups, but they're at this point, they're more likely to set up a little bit later. I'm thinking that I may need to wait until closer to noon, and it might not
Yeah,
happen. I mean, I could be
yeah,
back today and not get a trade. I was hoping
perfectly
really to get
fine. Yeah,
some good
yeah.
trades, but I'm not saying they weren't out there. But it's sometimes that happens, guys. Your strategy just does not set up, or you're looking
Yeah.
at the wrong place. It could be that it happens, but you're just not. You can't watch everything. So don't be too harsh on yourself. That's the reality. Sometimes you pick your horses and you pick the wrong one.
That's it.
So
What is this ticker? Um, RYAAY. Well, what is that?
whoa, that is a weird one.
AAY. I never seen that one before. Let's take a look.
Let's
Oh,
let's
Ryanair.
look at
Ryanair's got a ticker. Look at that. Ryanair.
yeah.
I never flown them. They're a European company, I believe. And but I see tons of skits of their pilots landing really rough. That's like a thing. Like that was a Ryanair landing. So has
Yeah,
anybody flown Ryanair, and is this a
yeah.
reality, or are people exaggerating? The worst airline, really? Is it
Yeah.
like a Spirit? Spirit here in the U.S.
It's an Irish airline. So they were talking. The Canadian Air Canada was talking about the fact that they may have to start to curtail international flights with the shortage of jet fuel, because basically, I guess you make arrangements for jet fuel, in your home country or whatever, primarily. But if
Yep.
you do long haul international flights, then you obviously have to buy fuel from that host country, and they may actually not have enough fuel to sell to all the planes, and if they do,
Hmm.
it's going to be at a very high price that they may not afford. So Air Canada was talking about cutting it, and they say that they may see the return where international flights might not fly to Canada because they wouldn't be able to afford the available fuel at this end, which I thought was interesting.
That's
So
interesting. Yeah.
I haven't actually heard. There was more like they're looking at potentially canceling international flights. Not that I've heard that anybody actually has. So, but
Yeah. Or just buy what you need and fly over to the next close place and refuel. I mean, that would cost a lot of money to keep people up
yeah,
and down like that. But yeah.
yeah. No, the takeoff and landing. Well, takeoffs especially take a good portion of the fuel. Like
Mm.
so.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
All right, Tesla heading back down to this low. Let's see if it can hold or if it's gonna go a new low of
Yeah.
day.
Um. That's yeah. So budget airlines, and they definitely yeah. We were red today, and we were right. A lot of stuff selling off. Still green. Still, if you look at the percentages, it's a green day across the board. But after the bell, there's more red as far as the open to now, right? So opposed to the close to now. The close to now, still a lot of green on here. Let's see how it ends though. Still a lot of time left for this market. Really? Iran said that? So Iran says if Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire, then no deal. Look at that. That's more for Israel, right? Because they're in war with Lebanon and Hezbollah, I believe. So we'll see. A lot of news, guys. A lot of news. So dynamic at the moment. Mike, that's gonna help your trade if you're still in here. That should help your trade go lower, maybe. So yeah, and I never had a chance to fly Spirit, or because I guess Spirit will be like the similar Ryanair treatment here. Spirit is another one too that flies out of LaGuardia. Ah, I forget, it's another budget airline. Spirit and they got the animals in the tail. They got the different animals. JetBlue almost bought them. Oh man, I forgot.
Yeah. Why can't I
Jeez, having
remember
the tip of
either?
my tongue. They're white and green. Frontier.
Frontier.
There you got it.
Frontier.
GPS is on
Yeah.
point.
Frontier.
Frontier. No,
Oh my God.
Alaska's white and blue.
I've never taken a Frontier flight, but I watched them board Frontier, two Frontier flights when I was in Vegas once, and I was waiting for my flight. And Carlos, yeah, they were militant about, like, they measured everybody's bag. If you were like an ounce over the limit, they're like, no, that's an $8 million baggage fee. Like they were all over that.
Yeah.
Like there was no I was amazed watching this thing, how many people they were rejecting, from the line, and they were measuring everything. They not only made sure it fit in the carrier, like it had to fit smoothly in the carrier. You couldn't shove it in, like as long as you could shove it in their measuring thing, you'd be fine. Like it was it was an amazing process. I'm like, thank God I'm not flying them. That looks horrible.
Yeah.
But
my parents, they've been down to Florida so many times, and they'll go like one-way trip, right? They're not doing the round trip thing. They go one way, stay down there for a while, come back, a couple of weeks later, and sometimes you just can't beat the price. Now they're not traveling with bags, right? They have a book bag. That's it. They got all their clothes down there.
Tesla just went red.
Yep. Let's take a look. Oh, it did. Ooh, folks. The humanity. Oh, Mike, you still in Google? I hope you are. Mike is in chat. But they're not packing a bag, right? And sometimes you just can't beat the price. It's like $50 to get down there. Like you just can't beat that, right? No bags, no nothing, just $50. You can't beat that. 3-hour flights, you're not beating that. Any airline, I don't care what it is. So they taking that flight. The one time I was gonna take a flight, it got canceled. I had one book because it was a storm. We were stuck down in Florida. It was a big storm up here, and it got canceled. And they just could not. We could not get an agent to get rebooked anywhere. Worst experience ever. Their app wasn't working. I'm like, I'm never flying with these people again. United, you could find a flight instantly. Yeah, and that was brutal. So we ended up finding a flight with United and book with them, but the customer service was not what I expected. That's for sure.
No, it's funny how different the flights are. Again, I flew Egypt Air for the first time, and I'm telling you, if you want to bring bags, Egypt Air apparently is the airline for you. Because with my ticket, I just flew economy, Carlos, and I got a 2 free bags. I could check 2 free bags plus your carry-on. I've never seen 2 bags before. That seemed like a lot, and they didn't check. There was this one African lady that got on this flight, and I kid you not, she had 8 bags. 8. Like she was
what
loaded.
Was it? But it was like a 777 or something, right? It was like one of these
it was
big
a big
boys.
plane.
They don't care with the big guys. There's so much space down there, man. But the 737s.
Yeah, but this is just her carry-on. It was just her carry-on. Like she showed up with she was dragging a bag with a bag on top of it, and then she had like a big purse and then a sack and a backpack. And I thought she's got to be traveling with kids or something to have that much luggage, right? And she's using their luggage. I watched her go all the way into customs and stand in line, and there was nobody with her. So I don't know if she was moving to Toronto or something out of Egypt, or out of Africa through Cairo. I have no idea what the situation was, but she was loaded down. And I'm like, all right, hey, look, if they're going to let her on, then so be it. But man, that was an impressive amount of luggage she was toting.
Yep. Tesla, yeah, Tesla
So
punched through.
Tesla just bounced.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's bouncing here nicely. So let's see if it holds.
No,
Let's see.
it did get volume. I didn't like the fact that it went red, so I was watching that again. It's like everything is getting so close to my trade strategies, but not quite. If it had held at the previous day close and bounced, I might have considered a long. But the fact that it went through, maybe I'm just being too picky, but that's all right. That's who I am.
Yeah,
Too
yeah.
picky. Too picky Pete. That's what they call me. That's nobody's ever called me that, by the way.
Just sounded good.
Yeah, sounded good.
Yeah, we'll go with it. We'll go with it. All right, friends.
picky
I see Amos ready to go, but I forgot to do our funded account. So let me just set that up. Let me pick a.
Let's do that.
Let's do that here. Let's pick
Peter,
a
welcome
hashtag.
back.
Good to see you, brother. Eamon.
Good to see you too, and good to see Peter back.
Amen. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. You had a blast. I saw the pictures. They were amazing.
It was the trip was fantastic, and I really enjoyed the whole experience. It was it's so iconic, right? Seeing the pyramids, you go see the big temples, the ancient Egyptian culture. It's amazing to go see all that. So yeah, definitely worth doing once in your life, I think. So it was awesome.
Awesome.
That is awesome.
Are we doing we're doing hashtag
Yeah.
Peter? Oh,
Hashtag Peter.
All
right.
Yeah.
Today's got to be
Hashtag
my
Peter.
day. It's got to be my day.
Absolutely.
Come on, I'm gonna put it in. Let's see if I can win myself a free account.
All right, here it is, friends. Hashtag Peter in chat. We'll give it a couple of seconds here for you guys to put that in, and we'll get the ball rolling. As Tesla is putting in a good bounce, actually. It's not bad, not bad at all. Let's see if it can stick here. And
Not bad at all.
Google is gonna leave Mike behind another 40 cents away here. Wow, this picking up some steam on some tickers here, so we'll see. All right, friends, there we go. Let's see who our winner is for today. Hashtag Peter for welcoming Peter back to the show today. His first day back. Let's take a look here. Our winner is 1, 2, 3 goes to Sunitarani 3676. Sunitarani 3676. Always active in chat. Congratulations. Good to see you win. Send me an email, carlos@bearwoodtraders.com. So congrats, Suni. Glad to see you.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah. All right, Eamon.
Should have been
We'll
me.
leave you to it.
but-
It's never me and you, man. Did you see? You know what I did last time? I actually just to pretend I won. I actually went in and I just put my name hashtag and then just hit the winner. It was only my name there, and I won. It says Carlos Murata won. I'm like, yay! But obviously it was just only me. So I didn't tell nobody the hashtag. I just did it myself and I won. But yeah, it's not the way it works.
Well, that's one
You
way of
just wanted
doing
to
it.
You just wanted to prove that your name could actually show up, did you?
I just want to make sure that it was working, and it was.
Okay.
But,
All right.
man. Dry run.
Okay.
All right, friends. Take care. We'll leave you with our good buddy Eamon here, and looking forward to hear what you did today.
Yeah. Have a
Hey.
good one.
YouTube, how are you doing, guys? Was a crazy day. We're taking a break on the war. Had a massive gap up. I did not take any trades today. I actually missed today's trading day. I had a few things that I needed to finish. I made a small announcement for some of my members that I'll be missing the trading day. And honestly, I probably would have missed trading this day anyway. I do not love trading on days that have major news. Major news like truce, earnings, I don't know, right after the FTMO announcement. I usually avoid this type of trading days because they're so volatile and you cannot really tell what's going to happen. I mean, market gaps up a lot, but what after that? Will it continue after the gap? Will it drop after the gap? Will it just simply go sideways? I can't anticipate what's going to happen. And take a look at Apple around here. We had good gap above a consolidation area, obviously along with the market. But what happened after the gap up? Literally nothing. We sold off for 5 minutes, literally only 5 minutes, 3 minutes actually, if you take a look at this. And then since then, we are stuck in a range. So one tip for the future, if you see that the market is having some major news and major gaps, take it slow. I think these days are best to be played midday. If there is a range that's established, you can go for some range plays. And if there was a huge sell-off, you can go for a reversal. If you uptrend, same thing, you can go for a reversal. There were some good trades though. For example, AMD was a clean short. That's a classic short that I would have taken any day. Probably not today though, still. We have the high of the consolidation area at $233 area. We broke above it, and right after the break, what happens? This thing ends up selling off. That's my classic breakout setup. I love to see that we break one side of the range, and then we sell off to the opposite direction. That would have been the trigger for a short. That would have been the ad, but I don't see it hitting my target. Probably did some around here. Anyway, I'd say just in hindsight, looking at it, it was not the easiest day for sure. But we'll see if we can find something interesting now. You played INTC reversal beam paras. Let's take a look at INTC. See what exactly you did there. By the way, this was also a beautiful breakout play after fake breakdown. So I can see that there were some beautiful things. We did get some nice squeezes, some nice trends, and some of them nice reversals. But that was not easy at all. Are you guys watching anything specific at the moment? Let's just see what's setting up. Maybe we can end up taking a trade. Then we're going to go through the list and try to find something more exciting. Your one is watching Apple. So Apple. If I had to guess, I would say that we're going to break to the upside. Apple's average true range around $6 to $7. Previously closed 653.50-ish. It can break the high of the day. I don't know how far it's going to trend to the upside after the break of the high of the day. But I can tell that it has some room and it can actually break the high of the day. Maybe if it gives us some sort of a higher low, we can look for an entry to the long side. Not the worst one, but worth keeping an eye on. Lawrence is watching SNGK. I honestly don't know about this one. Stocks that have breaks the opposite direction end up usually chopping in between the range. So we'll get back to this in a bit. We can ignore it for now. Let's see what else you're watching, guys. SPY, PLTR, and AMD. Let's see. SPY. We'll actually analyze the SPY and the Qs in a minute separately. Let's take a look at PLTR. PLTR was a nice reversal. I agree with that. This is a classic parabolic reversal with a fake breakdown. So we have a huge sell-off. We have a hanging man, which is an inside bar daily candlestick. We have a fake break of the low of the day, and right after the break of the low of the day, this thing recovers. So yeah, this was classic. This was clean, was amazing. Hope some of you managed to catch it. So far, out of everything that I've seen, PLTR probably was the cleanest out there. Let's see, AVGO. I don't know about this one. We'll get back to it later. Oracle. Oracle could be interesting to trade maybe after 12 p.m. Eastern. Remember this, you want to be careful about playing reversals on stocks that have already reversed or on stocks that had fake breakouts. Oracle has a consolidation on the hourly chart around here. It had a fake break. After the fake break, it broke the opposite direction side of the range. These type of stocks I usually avoid trading unless we have 3 consecutive candlesticks after the breakout. The breakout area is 148.50-ish. That's the first hourly candlestick. That's the second, so we lack the third one. I want to see continuation to the downside, and then maybe around the previous day close or maybe around 142. dollar zone or area, we can start looking for a reversal. Good one, totally worth keeping an eye on, but I think it's still not ready. Probably we'll continue analyzing it and we'll continue watching it during the afternoon session in the chat room. Can you tell me what you see on UNH? Yes. Let's see UNH. UNH longer term, I'm more long biased on it. United Health. In fact, honestly, I might jump into a swing trade on this one if it ends up going to 290. Looks like a good trading opportunity. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it, and I think maybe it's worth going for a swing or longer term trade on it. Let's take a look at the daily chart. After the gap, we closed as a doji below the 200 moving average. Obviously, that's bearish, and I think it can still chop around for the next few days, or maybe sell off a little bit more. I don't see any clear level to play it from. So today it's not good for a reversal, and it's not good for a continuation. I'd say give it some break, but if it happens that it reaches $300 today, we can look for a shorter term pullback or shorter term reversal. Roger called out Tesla. This one is interesting. I like it. The weekly chart is hitting a previous resistance that is acting right now as support. Really clean. I love it. Let's take a look at the daily chart. We did gap up and we had a full gap fill and we had a huge sell off more than the average true range. That's also amazing, actually. Good sign for a reversal. Hourly chart, 3 candlestick rule. We're sitting within the third candlestick. I think it might give us a reversal after 11:30 or probably around 12 to 12:30. So let's keep an eye on this one. This one is definitely one of the stocks that's worth keeping a close eye on. Wealthy Investation. Yesterday ordered your hardcover book. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Let me know what you think about it once you finish reading it. I'm confident that you are going to learn a lot from it. You know my email, ayman@bearbletraders.com. Shoot me an email if you get stuck anywhere. Let's take a look at IBM. And then we get back to Tesla. IBM weekly chart is in a range, not a bad stock for a reversal. Daily chart is in a range, another not bad stock for a chart for a reversal. 60-minute chart, we needed to go a little bit lower, break at least all the way to 244. So this would take some time to set up. Let's ignore it for now as well. When you say reversal, how long do you expect it to reverse for? At least 1 hourly candlestick. So if we are going to go for a reversal on Tesla, I would expect it to go to 350. Maybe biggest partial closer to 352. And it looks like it's kind of setting up for it. We had a good hammer at 1045, good green candlestick 1030, and this looks like a fake breakdown. I think this is not a bad entry. It's not A plus for me. I have A plus entry criteria. I have B plus B minus entry criteria or C entry criteria. If I had to rate this one around here, it would be probably B minus simply because we are on the third 1 minute candlestick. But this is not a bad entry. If you jump into this thing, it's literally not a bad trade. Totally worth locking in the profit, jumping into a position around here. Set your stop loss and for a first partial target 350. Not going to do it. I'm going to look for something that meets all my criteria, but that looks decent to be honest. Khalid, you're welcome. Look, how far can we expect a reversal to happen? It's tough to tell at the moment. At the moment, we only have a horizontal level to target in an approximate area based on the 15-minute chart and based on the hourly chart. But remember that we're doing a candlestick by candlestick analysis. Depending on how this 15-minute candlestick is going to close, we can tell what's going to happen on the next candlestick. And depending on how the next candlestick is going to close, we can tell what's going to happen after it. So you need to actively manage the trade. AMD. AMD is interesting. A bit too late. Way too late. Way too late. That's something similar to what's happening on Tesla right now. This is where we're calling Tesla for a long. That's how Tesla looks like at the moment. Light. By the way, more active than yesterday. Yesterday, this thing was not active, and we said that you want to avoid it. It is reversing, but it's too late. Well, Gamal, if you already played it, then you can target for 75, for example. But this is too late for an entry. Remember that you want to open your position before the move happens. Your long needs to be here. Your short needs to be here or here. These middle parts you want to fully avoid. This is where you start locking in some profits. If you jump in for a long around here, where will you place your stop loss? Anything tighter than this is not a good stop loss. And that means that you're going for a less than 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, which is totally not worth it. HR. Yeah, this one also ignore it for now. It's tough to tell what's going to happen. It was really bullish, so at this stage, it could either be forming an ABCD to the upside or it could be a reverse ABCD to the downside. You wanna see one of them failing before you play it. So if we get a lower high, you can give it an attempt to the short side. If you see a higher low later, then that would be a really good long. Overall, if you have to bet, it's going to be on for a long, so I'm going to ignore any reverse ABCD pattern out there. You might want to wait for a W shape before you end up playing it. Can you check the indices? Yes, let's do that. Let's take a look at the Qs, first of all. Remember this, we talked about the Qs earlier during the week, Monday or Tuesday, and we discussed that it had an amazing range. The range got broken, and right after the break, it closed as a green candlestick around the 50 moving average. And we did anticipate that this week is going to be a bullish day. Sorry, bullish weekly candlestick. So the only downside is that it happened with a huge gap. It's really difficult to trade a stock after it makes a huge gap. Can you guys guess why? What's the downside of trading gappers? What is the main downside of trading a stock that gapped up a lot or gapped down a lot? Exactly. It's the average true range is done, and there is a lot of profit taking that could be happening. So there are multiple reasons. The first thing is take a look at this. The average true range on the daily chart on the Qs is around $11 at 12 at best. The average true range is calculated from the previous day close or the low of the day, depending on whichever is lower. Obviously, the previous day close is lower. 588 plus 12, which is the average true range, is $600. And we are opening at 610. That's twice the ATR. So if you're going to be playing it to the long side, the real question is, what will be your target? How far is it going to run? The ATR tells us how far it can run. And we're way past the ATR. We're outside the box, right? So there is not much room left to the long side. And whoever said profit taking, that's also a correct answer. Imagine if you played the Qs to the long side at 585. For some reason, you thought that there is a double bottom. You listened to the analysis that we did on Monday and on Tuesday. We did say that the weekly is probably going to be hitting the $610 area. You played it to the long side around here. Then suddenly you wake up on some news that the war is over and this thing made twice the ATR move straight into your target. What would you be doing? You would be taking profits. You will be selling. So first of all, there is a lot of profit taking, which is a lot of selling. Second thing, it's already past the ATR, which enhances or which makes the idea of taking profits even more solid. So it doesn't mean that you cannot trade stocks that gapped more than the ATR. There are two ways to trade stocks that gapped more than the average true range, and I explained that in my course on trading terminal. And this is one of it. So there are many pinpoint scenarios. One of these scenarios is how to trade gappers. The way you can trade gappers is either for a reversal. You need a stock that gapped a lot and on the 60-minute chart it's extended. Or you can play gappers for a breakout play. How can you decide whether you want to play a breakout on a gapper stock or you want to play a reversal? Anyone? Anyone who's been through the course? When do we play breakouts on gappers? When do we play reversals on gappers? What do we want to see on the hourly chart? So if you take a look at the pre-market price action and you see that there are 4 to 5 candlesticks sitting next to each other, basically having a range, that means that you can play breakouts. Breakouts to which direction? To the long side or to the downside? Does not really matter. Ideally to the downside, but it does not really matter. And if you take a look at the hourly chart and you see that there is no range, there is just a move like this, and now the market is opening around here, then you can play a reversal play. Since we see that the market gapped and it had a range, we can tell that today could be a breakout play. The breakout happened to the downside. The breakout happened to the downside. Fake break to the upside, 1 minute open range breakdown. If you end up playing it to the downside, what would be your target? We're not using the daily ATR because overall, even though there is going to be a lot of profit taking and even though the ATR is exhausted, the stock is still strong. It gapped up. So your target needs to be determined based on the 30-minute chart. Take a look at how big is the first 30-minute candlestick. And you can see here that the first 30-minute candlestick is somewhere around $4. 2 days ago, somewhere around $3. 3 days ago, somewhere around $5. So you can say around $4. So if I ended up playing, for example, the Qs today to the short side, the final target on it would have been somewhere around 605. That would have been basically it. Now let's take a look at PLTR. Christian is saying PLTR is worth being watched. Let's see. What do we have on PLTR? Yeah, it's interesting. We are retesting 2 days ago low. Yes, it's 2 days ago low. This is what we call a fake ABCD pattern. A fake ABCD pattern because we had a really big move followed by a small pullback. These type of pullbacks are usually end up being traps for shorts, and reversals or bigger pullbacks happen afterwards. 15-minute chart does not have any sign of strength yet. It's just a clear reverse ABCD pattern. So we want to see the 15-minute candlestick closing as a doji or closing as a hammer before we go for a long play. Definitely worth keeping an eye on, but it's still not ready. Tesla giving us the third bullish candlestick in a row. Really good sign for a reversal. Unfortunately, the 5-minute chart is looking more and more weak candlestick by candlestick, but not so bad. Ideally, we want to see it breaking the low and recovering past 347. Without that, it's still a good one. What do we have on AMD? AMD going towards half the day. Looks like it. And it is totally realistic. The ATR on it is around $10. It could go to 231. Obviously, the average to range is just an average. It could make moves more than the ATR or make moves less than the ATR, depending on the day. And with a day like today, where we had some positive news, and everything made moves past its average true range, I would not be surprised if AMD makes it back to the high of the day and even higher. How about Hood? Let's see. Hood is interesting for a reversal, of course. Weekly is really good long. Daily chart amazing for long. 60-minute chart around the 20 moving average. That's a really strong and powerful moving average for trend continuations. We had the 3 candlesticks in a row. Probably close as a doji or a hammer on the 15-minute chart. Wait for a higher low. Higher low on the 1-minute chart or on the 5-minute chart would be the final piece that's missing before giving it an attempt for a long play. I would stay away from XTI, but I can see what you see. If I had to bet, it would be definitely more long buys, but I think it's tricky. Well, guys, I see that the price action is a little bit boring today. There are not much opportunities or nothing much to trade. So let me just share with you a small piece of exercise that I share with my mentees that I work with privately. Something that's going to improve your trading a lot and your psychology and your mindset a lot, especially if you treat it or you do it the right way. By the way, Oracle, not bad. Tesla worth keeping an eye on. So, do you want me to keep analyzing the price action or we do a quick 10-minute talk about psychology and how you can improve your discipline? Up to you guys. We can do both, obviously, but let's do a quick 10-minute on discipline and psychology, and we're going to continue watching the price action. Okay, so most of the traders, they struggle with discipline because they want to have these green days or have the profitable days. We usually struggle accepting red days. That's where revenge trading happens, right? Or we struggle having small green days, or we struggle even more having small green days, followed by giving some of the profits back to the market. Whenever we end up our day with positive or green, we're happy. Whenever we end up having a negative day or a negative trade, we are mad, right? We're sad about this particular day. And while this is natural, in the long run, it affects traders worse and worse and worse. So if you keep treating your green days with happiness and red days with some negative feelings, you're not going to realize how you are slowly destroying your trading career, because our minds, the human minds, are so powerful and they're protecting us from these negative feelings. And you might accept it a red day one time, you might accept it a second time, but at some point you're not going to accept it. You are going to tell yourself, I'm going to watch the market for half an hour more or maybe for an hour more. I'm going to look for more trading opportunities. And sometimes it works and you hit the green and you're happy about it because now you survived the red day, you survived the negative emotions. You broke a rule to get to that, but it doesn't really matter a lot. I mean, you know that you did bad, but your brain now programs itself to finding a solution for these negative feelings. Our brains want to protect us from these negative feelings. So the more you focus on your PNL, the more your brain tries to get you away from this red day. So it will keep telling you, trade more, average down, move your stop loss a little bit. And the only solution around here is to change the reward system. You should not be happy for a day where you had a green day, or mad or sad for a day where you had a red day. You need to be happy for a day where you stick to your rules, no matter what result it is. Green or red, it doesn't really matter. You need to be happy for it. And you need to be mad or sad about a day where you broke rules. But that's obviously easier said than done. How can I be mad for a day where I broke some rules if this day ended up being green? I mean, naturally, I'll be happy because I had a good day. I know that I did something wrong, but I'm happy about it. For that, you need to start changing the reward system. You need to start rewarding yourself for the days where you followed the rules, or punishing yourself or making some consequences for the days where you broke the rules. What I usually tell my mentees is that for every day where you follow the rules, reward yourself with something simple. It doesn't really need to be something big. Watch your favorite series. If you like some sweets, take candy. If you love taking a walk on fresh air, instantly go out and take some walk. Just do something rewarding so that your brain starts programming itself to a way where following rules is actually positive feelings. It's actually releasing endorphins. Whenever you break rules, it doesn't really matter, green day or red day. Instantly, the moment you break a rule, you need to punish yourself slightly. You can, I don't know, clean the house, wash some dishes. If you hate running or going to the gym, then do that. Go to the gym, or take a run for like a mile or half a mile. But you need to program yourself to a way where breaking rules means negative feelings, means consequences. The thing about trading is that there is literally nothing between you and the buy or the sell button. It's literally you, and you decide whether you want to break the rule or not. And if you start rewarding yourself for following rules and punishing yourself for breaking rules, that's when you're going to see good effect in the long run. It's not going to be something that's going to get you to stay disciplined overnight or over 1 week or 2 weeks. It's a longer term process that you need to stick to. You followed the rules, a reward needs to be there. You broke a rule, some punishment need to be done. And over the long term, your main goal is going to be sticking to the process. To avoid the punishment, you need to stick to the process. You're not punishing yourself for a red day. You're not rewarding yourself for a green day. You're punishing yourself for breaking the process. You're rewarding yourself for following the process. And the thing about trading is that the strategy or the trade book that you have is something that makes you money in the long run. It's following the process that makes you the money. And during this process, there are obviously the setbacks, which are the red days, and there are the good days, which are the green days. But over the long run, you're going to be making money. Try to do that and see how it goes. It helped a lot for my mentees after 3 months to 2 months of following this system. And I'm sure it's going to help you too. I think the problem is a lot of us doesn't have a process. I understand that. So that's obviously your first step. Before starting to work on psychology, you need to work on technicals. A lot of traders, they blame psychology so too early. People say that I did not hold on longer to my winner and I'm mad about it, and that's a psychological issue that I need to work on. But if you knew how to read price action and you knew how far the price is going to go, there will be nothing preventing you from holding on longer. Some people say My issue is psychology because I hesitate pulling the trigger. But if you know exactly the entry criteria for your setup and you know exactly what you need to see, you're not going to hesitate pulling the trigger. Some people say that I'm not good at adding to my winning position, and that's a psychology issue. But if you know how to survive pullbacks, if you know how to differentiate between a trend continuation and a reversal, then you're not going to have any issues adding to winning position. Most of the psychology issues are going to be fixed by working on technicals. This is why when I work with a lot of traders, I tell them that we're not going to work on psychology first. First, we'll fully work on the technical aspect. We need to make sure that you're good at reading the price action. We need to make sure that you're good at trading some specific strategies. We need to make sure that you understand the entry criteria. Only after that you can start working on psychology and you can start working on discipline. So Fabricio, like you said, we don't have a sound process at the moment. So at the moment, what you need to work on is taking trades, uh, put your winners together, put your losers together, compare your winners, compare your losers, see what's in common between your winning trades and what's in common with your losing trades. Do more of what works, less of what's not working. Try adjusting your entry criteria, getting better entries, getting tighter stop losses. Start working on adding into winning position, then back test your system. And when you see that this system is actually working in the long run, that's when you start working on your mindset and sticking to the rules that are actually working. Allison said, I do feel neutral for red or green day, but over time, if I have a lot of red days in a row, I get discouraged. I understand that. Similar to you, I would be feeling that as well. If I have 2, 3 red days in a row, it would be a bit annoying. I'd feel bad about it. But I always tell myself this. There is a specific win rate for my strategy. And let's say this win rate is 35%. The loss rate is 65%. So you can say that around 3 to 4 out of 10 trades are usually winners. And if I had 2 red days today, 2 red days the second day, I know that I'm closer now to my green day. And if I had 2 red days the third day, the fourth day has to be green. So just number of stats. It's how you think about it. You can be discouraged because you had 2 or 3 red days in a row. But by thinking about it from a perspective where I've already had 2 or 3 red days, so the red streak is about to be over, and that could be today, that could be tomorrow, your feelings are also going to change. Uh, Normally, when I have a green streak, 3 to 4 green days in a row, that's where I start getting worried. I know a red day is coming. I know it's going to be happening tomorrow, maybe even today, because the numbers are going to play out. If you trade a fixed system with a fixed percentage win rate, it's impossible for you to be green every single day for the whole month. And the more green days you have, the more likely a red day is coming. And in fact, not only one red day, if the green streak is longer, then maybe multiple red days are coming. Same thing about the red days. The more red days you have, the more likely the next day is going to be green. And the more red days you had, let's say it's like 4 or 5 instead of 3, then the more green days in a row you're going to have. It's always about how you think about it. Just make sure that you're not blowing up on these red days. Said red days are inevitable, but it depends on how red they are. Are you going to respect your max loss? Are you going to respect your amount of trades that you're allowed to take intraday, or are you going to go past that? Brian is shorting Tesla to zero. It's happening on Tesla. Tesla is going to reverse sooner than later. The 30-minute chart is still really bearish. I'd say we need a new low of the day before the reversal. That wasn't a bad attempt, by the way, if you played it long here. It seems like it's going to fail. But it'll be interesting long after a fake breakdown. And if it breaks and continues selling off, then it will take longer for a reversal. I'll keep a close eye on Tesla, and I might end up taking a quick reversal play on it. Maybe even during our YouTube session. Let's see. I had zero. And by the way, guys, I've had an amazing green streak. I think I had 3 green days in a row, and I had my biggest green days actually. During the last couple weeks, there were 3 days where I had 9 hours, and then a few days which are basically my usual 3 to 4 hours. And I know that red day is coming, and it's coming sooner than later. That could be today, that could be tomorrow. But there is literally no reason to regret it. It's just part of trading. You stick to your rules, you follow a system that works in the long run, not a system that works every day, a system that works in the long run. So let's keep an eye on Tesla around here. Tesla made a new 15-minute low, which is really good. They don't see a new 30-minute low, or did it do a new 30-minute low? No, no new 30-minute low. So I'm going to wait for a new 30-minute low before I start looking for a reversal play. It could just simply double bottom and reverse, but I think that's not a good strategy overall at the moment. I'll wait for a break of the low, and then I'm going to look for a long opportunity. For day trading, which time frame do you use for levels? I use the hourly chart for levels. Hourly chart, 4-hour chart, 30-minute chart. These are good time frames to find levels. You can also use levels from the previous day. Use the 5-minute chart and draw whatever levels there are from the previous day. For example, taking a look at Tesla around here, we can tell that there is a decent level around here. Then we have a decent level around here. And then we have the extreme low, obviously, which is the low of yesterday. So 340, 350-ish is not a bad level, actually. 343, 345 has a really huge amount of shares. It's probably hitting 345. Then saying I've been trading for a year now, and my biggest challenge is stop loss. Like I told you, first of all, work on your strategy. Try to find out the best possible stop loss for your strategy, and then stick to it. And if you break that rule, there needs to be some consequences. If you follow the rules, you need to reward yourself. Don't. One of the biggest mistakes day traders make is that the moment they start trading live, they want to make money. Their main goal is to start making money. When traders trade in simulator, their main goal is to develop a trade book. Their main goal is to follow consistency, is to find consistency. Their main goal is to figure out or find a system that works, which is really good. After some time, once people switch to live trading, this goal changes. You start forgetting about the process, you start forgetting about the system that works in the long run, and you start breaking the rules, because your main goal now, since you're trading live, is to make money, and that should not happen. No, it's not a must to have a hard stop. It could be mental, it does not really matter. Usually when I'm sitting in front of my screen, I don't put a hard stop, I just watch the charts. But if I have to leave, I put hard stop losses. Yeah, my share size is not Andrew's share size. I risk $250 per trade, and my goal is to make $1,000 per trade, which is a 4-to-1. If I make an 8-to-1, that's $2,000. So Andrew could be risking maybe 10 times more than I risk per trade, maybe even more. But for me, I'm okay risking $250 per trade, making $1,000. But you guys need to understand that I had to grow up from zero, trading wise. I did not come from a rich family. I did not have my trading account coming to me easily. I literally had to sell my car. I had to get in debt. I had to take some money from my parents. And I had one shot into trading. And I was trading in simulator for 2 years and a half. Then finally, I developed a trading system that slowly started working. And after 3 years of trading, which was basically 2019, I started trading. I started making some money, and I started risking $5 per trade. That was my risk per trade when I just started trading. And I was trading with this risk, I think, for almost half a year, just to make sure that I'm actually making money in the long run, that my system is actually working. And after that, I started increasing my risk by 10 to 20% for every green week. For every green week, I was increasing my risk by $1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then it was like 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. And I had to live also from my trading account, and I needed to withdraw some cash out of it. So it took me a long time, really long time, to increase my risk. And at this stage, my risk is around $250 per trade, which is 0.2% of my account, because my stop losses when I trade are really tight. And if I risk 1% of my account, it's not that I do not want to risk more. I do want to risk more at the moment. But if I risk more, I'm just not going to have enough buying power to open at least a couple positions. How much capital? That's the question. It's different now. Look, let's take a look at Tesla. Let's say that I want to play Tesla here to the long side, right here. 345.80ish. And I want to put my stop loss at the low. 345 30ish, for example. Take the calculator. $250, which is my risk per trade, divided by 50 cents. I'm allowed to take 500 shares on Tesla. 500 shares of Tesla, how much buying power is that? That's $172,000 buying power. Let's say that I want to trade Apple. By the way, guys, I'm going to take a small position on Tesla to the long side, and we'll get back to this. So this would be probably my only trade for the day. We'll see how it goes. Now, let's say I want to trade Apple. And let's say that I want to trade Apple to the long side somewhere around here. Okay. Just give me 1 second. So let's say I want to take Apple to the long side at 257.55. And I want to put my stop loss, for example, at 257.38. How big of a stop loss that is? That's 17 cents, right? So 250 divided by 17 cents, that's 1,400 shares per trade. How much buying power is that? Almost $400,000 buying power. You see what where I'm going to? The capital is different depending on the stock that I'm trading, and depending on how tight my stop loss is. Make sense? Do you set physical or mental stop losses? It's different. If I have to leave, I'll put hard stop losses. For example, right now we opened a position on Tesla. I know where my stop loss is, but I did not put it on the chart because I see that it's really slow. There is literally no rush for me to do to put any hard stops or anything. I can just simply watch the price action and manage my trade based on what's going to happen here. $250 is my risk per trade, but my reward is 4 to 1, which is like $1,000 per trade. And that's the reality about trading, by the way. Some people think that if you're making money trading, then you make like $5,000 per trade, or you're making $10,000 per trade, or you can make $50,000 per trade. You cannot make so much per trade if your capital is really small. You only make as much as buying power as your buying power, and a realistic gain per month is 7 to 15% of your account. If you have a $10,000 account, expect to make $1,000 to $1,500 per month. If you have a $100,000 account, you can make $10,000 to $15,000 per month. Make sense? Jazz, I'm glad you enjoyed the book. I do trade leverage instruments, yes. If my buying power is not enough, for example, to take full position on the Q, I will be trading TQQQ. But my risk is the same. My risk would still be $250. So it doesn't really matter whether I'm trading a $5 stock or a $500 stock, a leveraged product or not a leveraged product. For example, Tesla, I could jump in without any issues because the stop loss here is really wide and I don't really need to trade TSLL. Mm. I usually put nuclear stops if I don't put hard stops so far outside of the range in case a nuclear bomb. That makes sense. In case a nuclear bomb drops, you don't really need a stop loss. My max loss per day back in day when I just started trading live was $15 per day, and it was $150 per month. If I hit $150 loss per month, I switch to simulator for the rest of the month. Max loss for the you need to have both. You need to have a max loss per day, and you need to have a max loss per trade. Both of that is really important. You don't want to lose in one single trade. You don't want to have a really big loss in one single trade where you're going to lose like 3-4 times of. You don't want to lose 3 or 4 hours per trade and then just simply crawl your back to that. Sorry about that. I was just looking at Tesla and thinking about where I need to partial, and I still was thinking how I need to respond to that. Um, my max loss that's set in the platform in Dash Trader is $1,000, but I never hit it. Usually my max loss for the day is around $500, $600, and that's it. In simulator, I was risking $5 per trade. Yes, there was literally no reason for me to risk $50, $60 per trade in simulator and then go live risking $5. You don't want to do that. Yes. So remember when I was watching the 30-minute chart, I was talking about Tesla like 10 or 15 minutes ago, right? And I told you that the previous candlestick on Tesla closed red. And I told you that we should not play Tesla for a reversal unless it makes a new 30-minute low. I even zoomed in the 30-minute chart. And I saw that the 11 30-minute candlestick made a new low. So that tells me that Tesla is ready for a reversal. Next thing, 15-minute chart. We were looking at Tesla for a reversal starting here. I told you it's one of my favorite patterns when I see a green candlestick followed by a hammer. This here already showed me that this thing is struggling to sell off more. We had a deep red candlestick, deep red candlestick, deep red candlestick, deep red candlestick, and here it's starting to struggle, starting to bottom and close green. Here it's made a new low, but it did recover. It did not sell off even more. On this candlestick, it made even lower candlestick, but it still recovered. So you see these 45 minutes, this thing is bottoming. It doesn't want to go any lower. And that's usually a trap. A lot of traders, they usually go for V reversals. V reversals on higher time frames are rare to happen. They do happen, but they're rare to happen. So I wanted to see a trap where traders are going to start jumping into a long play. And looking at the 5-minute chart on Tesla, I saw the double bottom here. There it is, that double bottom. I saw it here. But I saw that this double bottom is happening before we made a new 30-minute low. And that's why I told you I want to see a new low. I want to see traders get trapped before I jump into the reversal play. There they are. They're getting trapped around here. So they played this double bottom on the 5-minute chart. They played it to the long side around here. They got stopped out around here. After they got stopped out, I played it. And I talked about this on the previous day, remember? Yesterday. I told you best reversals are those reversals that are happening with fake breakouts. Best breakout open range breakouts are those open range breakouts that are happening after fake breakouts. Best trend continuation plays are trend continuations that are happening after fake breakouts as well. My win rate is really high because I only take trades when I see trap traders. Yes, that's in the book, and I actually explain it even in more detail in my course. I tried to put as much information as I could in my book, but I can't really explain everything visually. So some of the information is available in Trading Terminal in the course. I know that the course is a bit expensive and not everyone wants to go for it, so you can start with the book, start making some money, and then you can upgrade there. By the way, I also offer 50% discount for the course, just so that you don't get it full price. In case you are interested, just send me an email. So you see how we are usually analyzing the price action on stocks, and we get the direction most of the time. But knowing where the market is headed doesn't necessarily mean that you need to be in the trade. I enjoy reading the price action, seeing where the market is headed. But I don't really need to be in every single winning position. I just want to trade the stocks or the open positions on stocks that meet my entry criteria. Link, I'll send you the link right now. I need to check the trading terminal. There it is. And that's the promo code if you are interested for it. The course. But you can start with the book. The book covers a lot of information. Like I said, some of the things just can't be explained via text, so you need the visual for it. My email, ayman@bearbultraders.com. Just ayman@bearbultraders.com. So apparently today is not going to be a red day, and I'm happy about it. So worst case scenario, this trade is just going to be a small break-even trade or a small winning day. Maybe tomorrow we're going to have a red day. So far, happy about how this is going. How do you manage the positions once you're already in the trade? Do you use trailing stops? I don't use trailing stops. I partial around key levels. So this first partial around here was around this key level. My second partial is going to be closer to 348. And I think I will exit most of my position out if it continues going higher around 349.30. That would be my final target if it continues going higher. Remember the rubber band effect. When the price gets overstretched and you release the rubber band, it spikes back. We are extended from the 9 moving average on the 15-minute chart, so I can expect to pull back all the way to the at least to the 9 moving average on the 15-minute chart. Another thing is that I do not exit exactly at the levels. I partial closer to the levels. Remember that levels, the price could get closer to the level and bounce, could get closer to the level and bounce. So when I lock in some profits, I make sure that I exit closer to the level. This was the first level, I partial closer to it. This is the second level, I partial closer to it. My final target is somewhere around here. If it reaches it, I'll exit closer to it. My entry was a bit late because I was watching something else when we were talking about it. I just saw Tesla on my second screen and I pulled the trigger. The entry should have been at 345.90-ish. That was supposed to be the entry. The moment we went into the middle of the range, this is the mini range, this is the fake breakdown. As it goes into the middle, I was supposed to play it to the long side. So I had a few cents later entry. I'll share with you the link for the book right now. If anybody here has it on their hand, Okay, there it is. The book is really cheap, guys. It's really affordable for anyone. Do you like the reversal in AOI? Let's take a look there. Did anybody else trade Tesla around here with us? Hope you guys managed to catch this trade. I usually try not to make any callouts or push any trades because I don't want to be responsible for anybody these losses. If I lose, it's on me. It's my trade. I analyzed it. I took it. I lost it. So, well, good job, guys. I'm glad you managed to make some money on it. So take trades only if they meet your criteria. Yeah, you took it so early. This was not a bad entry. We did talk about this for an entry. I said like this was already a B plus entry. If I had to talk about different entry criteria, we said that this was probably a B or a B plus entry. This one around here is what I call an A to an A plus entry. Yeah, we had almost the same entry pretty bad. Anyway, guys, I'm running out of time. I need to jump to Bearable Traders. If you guys have any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearabletraders.com. Trade smart, and I'll talk to you tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern, guys. Oh, sorry, 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Eastern. Thank you, guys.